Don't be yawning over there, Luisa.
Sorry. I'm sorry. It's just crazy week and weekend and today. Hey, Bob Mitchell, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. How have you been?
I've been insane, but that's okay. Comes and goes with the seasons.
You're a real trooper. You're hanging there.
Yeah. Hello, Judge Oliver. You've been on my list, but I haven't had a chance to get to you yet. But you're still on my list.
Louisa, I'm sure I've been on your list for years in a variety of ways, but we'll catch up later.
Yeah, we will. Hopefully towards the end of the week, I'll have some extra time.
Well, you're a busy person. And I thank Sophia. I couldn't find the Zoom number, so I did. So all is well. Thanks, Sophia.
Of course.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I see that people still have problems. This time it went very smooth for me, so I'm happy.
Hey, Oliver, just to let you know, CMAC is still trying to get in. They're having a little bit of difficulties to stream it on Facebook. So if you can hold tight just another minute, I appreciate it.
No
Yeah, it sounds
problem. We're still taking roll. I'm still trying to make sure home is taking roll. So no problem. If you let me know, Gavin, when they're on, we'll wait for them.
Thanks, I appreciate it. It is streaming on the city's YouTube channel, though, just so you know.
Okay.
John Layout checking in. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Long time no see.
Luisa.
Pasa.
Who? ¿Eres Luisa Medina or no?
Pues sí,
Okay, well, I just want to make sure I'm talking to the right person here.
talking to the right person.
There you go. You're the main one.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm not, well, there used to be another Luisa Medina as well, many, many years ago.
So guess what? I got a website I'm going to send you called Nasty Women.
Oh, don't go
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
Get stuff done.
FYI, the public is in attendance right now.
That's all right. Oh, I mean, no, it's not all right. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
take
what I said, don't go there.
We'll go private.
Good evening, Pastor Kreiner. I haven't seen you around in a while either.
No, it's interesting how you went from that comment to Pastor Kreiner. That was
Absolutely.
nice
Absolutely.
transition.
Okay,
Should
yeah,
have saw
that's it.
you should have saw Oliver's face when
It was trying to make it wholesome. It was trying to be wholesome.
when you did it. Pop Bob, sorry, he took a puff. It was like, nah, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Pastor Kreiner,
Yes, sir.
that segue means we all need prayer.
That's true. We sure do.
Man, yeah, big time. The name in his name.
So
Hey,
Greg, have you started your new job?
I have. Yeah, it started a week ago today. So this is my second Monday. So I've been bleary-eyed all day reading policy but well, why not spend another 3 hours on the computer? So
Sure.
not a problem.
Hey, Gavin, do you know if CMAC has fixed their technical issues?
Hey, real fast, I heard that that this is streaming live on YouTube. I thought I had the link, but apparently I do not. Can someone tell me where it can be found?
Hi, I can help. If you look at the top, when you look at it says live on YouTube, you just click on that and then copy streaming link.
Okay, let me go back to the link that I was at. And hello, everyone, by the way. And hey, James, Dr. Pitts, I got your message. I hadn't had a chance to get back to you, man, but I do plan on returning your message.
That's fine, Ron.
Hey, Ron, it's Miguel here. The link to the Facebook, the YouTube, and the CMAC is on the actual agenda, on the second page of the agenda that's published. So if you look at the second page, click on that link, it'll take you to the YouTube video page that's operational.
Okay.
Hey, Gavin, I'm just checking in to see if CMAC I got that technical issue.
Still trying. He's still trying. If we can give him another 2 minutes, I think he might be able to do it.
Okay, all right, no problem.
Yeah, Oliver, it's crazy how James is closer to the fires, but his background, man, is pretty clear. Man, God been good to you, James. He's just covering you. You got better air quality than we do. That's amazing, bro.
Pastor, you're very observant of that. I was wondering about that myself. I wonder what kind of magical powers that brother has.
Yeah, he's sitting on the dock of the bay, Pop, watching the tide roll away.
Hey,
He's just wasting time, man.
He is walking in the grace of God.
Man, no, he's walking on water right now. Hey, what's going on, E? How you doing, brother?
And call it another lovely COVID day.
COVID day.
Do we have a quorum?
Oh. Did he hook up with whoever's supposed to be taking roll?
I think they were waiting on CMAC to fix some sort of technical issue, sis. I believe.
But Homer is taking roll, so do we have a quorum?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have a quorum right now. Homer's he's handling roll. His audio isn't working, so we're having to communicate with him through text. But right now we're waiting on CMAC to be able to stream the meeting live. So we don't want to get into any substantive issues until CMAC has had an opportunity to fix their technical issue.
Can you explain how the interpretation's being done, and maybe Lisa can translate for the Spanish speakers?
I see the.
Ashley is struggling to get on the call. If someone can just resend the panelist link to her, that would be great. Thank you.
I didn't hear who was struggling.
Ashley Rojas from Fuerza Barrios Unidos.
I just received another text message from Sabrina Kelly, who does not have the link to the invitation. If I don't know, Sophia, if you can you send her? Can you send that to her?
Gavin sends the full commission links.
What was that?
The full commission links come from Gavin.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Gavin, can you send Sabrina Kelly the link for the meeting?
It's been emailed 3 times. I just sent another one to her. So
And to Ashley as well.
I sent one to Ashley too. I heard you say that.
Okay, thank you.
They were all sent at 4 o'clock. So I'm thinking somebody is getting these stuck in their spam filters somewhere. But Zoom has been very unstable today, so I'm not going to.
Yes, it has. You're right.
Okay, CMAC is in and live on Facebook now as well, on the City of Fresno's Facebook page. So you should be good to go whenever you're ready to go.
Okay, I'm going to give a couple more. Now finding out that people are having problems logging in, I'm going to probably do 2 more minutes and just allow people to, these are all the people missing that can't get in.
I don't know if they can't get in or what, they're just not there.
Oh. Okay, Gavin, I'm gonna read you a list of names. A couple of them you've already sent links to.
I have the list. She just texted me as well. We're doing it behind the scenes to try to keep it off of here.
Okay, all right. Let me know when you've sent out the emails. Okay, we have a couple of commission members that are having some technical difficulties. Looks like we're resolving those behind the scenes. So I think we're going to go ahead and get started. We have a couple. I've been advised Homer is done taking roll. Homer, you'll probably update that list as people come on board tonight. I know you can't hear me, but I also know you're working with Lillian behind the scenes. So if you all will follow along in the agenda, we have a very direct agenda tonight. I expect a lengthy meeting because we're going to be getting into some of our early recommendations. And just to start the meeting off, I wanted to have the executive committee. We've invited them to the meeting tonight. I know I see Miguel on here. I'm not sure if we have other executive committee members.
Baines, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was wondering if someone is going to give instructions about selecting the channel for interpretation.
Who can give let me check on that. We have a bunch of interpretation.
I can in English. I can't do it in any other language for you, but I can definitely give you instructions in English.
Can you give the instruction and they can log in, figure out how to allow them to get the translation?
The interpretation service is found at the bottom of the Zoom window. There's an icon that says interpretation, and they would click on that icon and select which language, English, Chinese, or Spanish. Unfortunately, Chinese is what we have to use for Hmong, since Zoom does not have an item for Hmong. So that's the way they would click it. They'd click on the language they want to have the interpreted as, and it would be automatically voice overed for the entire meeting.
Yeah, I just want to also offer that the English speakers do actually have to select English.
Or you leave interpretation off. You don't have to select anything if you leave it off.
Okay, is that, are we clear? Is that, we clear on the interpretation? Okay. So I wanted to turn the meeting over to our council president, who's also a member of the executive committee. I assume the council president will probably be speaking on behalf of the executive committee today, at least initially. If other executive committees want to weigh in after the council president, I'm sure that's appropriate. But Council President Arias, I wanted to turn the meeting over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize if there's background noise, but kids are at home doing online learning and we're trying to get ready for dinner. So I'm going to try and keep my portion short. And then as usual, I'll just be behind the scenes listening in to the conversations as they occur. Over the last few weeks, we've heard a lot of the conversations take place around requesting more an additional time than the 90-day aggressive schedule we provide the commission. We want to let you know we heard you, and the executive committee met last week and we discussed your request, and we have agreed to grant the commission an additional 30 days to complete your work with some very clear expectations to the whole commission, including my pastor, DJ Kreiner, that you all continue to do the heavy lifting and really focus on the recommendations. I know a lot of time has been spent early on process, on making sure that everybody, you guys are as inclusive as possible, and on getting community meetings and engagement and input process down. That's all good work. We've been watching from the side, and we're impressed by the commitment you guys have made thus far. We understand you've requested just about every single document at City Hall, which I applaud you for. And I also want you to know that you can't charge the city for your loss of eyesight after reading all the documents and tracking down all the dollars and cents that our mayor-elect Jerry Dyer somehow found a way to hide in a department somewhere. But we, in all seriousness, we recognize the amount of work that you guys have done. And we also tell you that your work is not only important based on what's taking place nationally in the last few weeks, what took place yesterday across the country, and will soon be revealed as challenges that we have locally. So over the next few weeks, you all will be asked to have a real life example of why this work is critical. I ask you guys to lean forward, ensure that you recognize the importance of this work, and that the reforms that you recommend are not only about how we do policing in Fresno, but also about the systemic response to other community issues that arise and require the police to respond at times. So we're looking forward to those recommendations, and we ask you to make them in a timely manner. And you spent some thoughtful time engaging in the work. And we will also, at the same time, still continue down the path of pursuing a new police chief, which our mayor-elect will be involved in, as well as council committee. And on the next step of trying to adjust a budget sometime in September to address the $35 million deficit gap that we have in the city. We also ask that you take into account the initial budget actions that the council took in June to reimagine the work of the homeless task force, to understand how abatements of graffiti, how prevention programs can all be taken into account. So we've done some initial work in June. We've asked you to go deeper in policy changes, in implementation, execution, and all this will come to a crossroads sometime in late September with hopefully a budget that supports your guys' work. So good work so far. The expectations now are increasingly higher for all of us. And please know that as the next several weeks come into play, it's only going to be a reminder and a reaffirmation of why this work is so important and why we've appointed you all to take on this tough work. So I look forward to the conversations, and I know we have Councilwoman Soria and Mayor-elect on the executive committee. We'll continue to watch from the side, observe the conversations, and await your recommendations that I hope will be as aspirational as we need them to be, as big and bold as they are necessary, and with the thoughtfulness of the reflection of this work and you as a committee members. We ask you not to spend a lot of time in, fleshing out every implementation obstacle and speed bump that the professionals will have to engage in, but we ask you to be big, bold, and thoughtful in those recommendations, and let us engage in the negotiations necessary in the acquisition of funding, and let those professionals that we hire wrestle through the implementation of all aspects of it. What we're looking for is direction and a really good Northern Star, and allow us and the process of all those involved in the city to get us to that Northern Star. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the chair of this commission. And I think by now you probably regret that you said you're going to work for free, Oliver. But at the very least, you now have a new skill set in running a virtual meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. And I want to thank you personally for your time. We spent a lot of time talking back and forth the last couple of weeks, and I'm glad that you all made some time to speak to the commission today and advise them on the decision to allow a time extension. I think it's very important to them, and they feel validated in the fact that you've recognized the hard work that they're all putting in. And most of the subcommittees are meeting, 2, sometimes 3 times a week, and a couple 3-hour meetings at a time. So I want you and your colleagues to know that this commission is taking this charge that you all gave us very seriously and putting in an enormous amount of time and effort to this. And I think I still have every intention on this commission presenting you all a document and a set of recommendations that this community will be proud of. So thank you, Council President, for your time and for the time extension. I also saw that Council Member Soria, my longtime friend, is on here. I also wanted to offer her a moment to make a few remarks. Council Member Soria, if you like.
Chair Baines, before Council Member Soria goes, can I just flag that I have a community member who is trying to access the Hmong interpretation, and they're on the Chinese flag down here, and they have not heard anything translated ever since the beginning of the meeting. And then I've also just tried to test it out, and I also don't hear any interpretation. So can we try to fix that as soon as possible as well? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that out. I'm sure somebody on the technical side, Gavin or somebody, will have to engage in that. Thank you for letting us know. We appreciate it. Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Chairman. And obviously interpretation is key. And I appreciate folks working through all the technical difficulties of engaging in such important conversations during COVID-19 in a virtual manner. I'm just going to keep my remarks short. I first, want to thank everyone for the work that you all have been doing over the weeks since we launched the commission. I know, and I've heard from several of you, the amount of work that you guys have put in, and it does make me feel very proud that, this group of committed individuals are putting the work to be bold and to really reimagine what we want to see in the city of Fresno. And more than ever, we need you guys to be bold and to be creative about how we're going to move forward and looking at, policing in our community, especially with the fact, as Council President said, the city is going to be looking at a significant deficit. And that means that we're going to have to make some very tough decisions over the coming months and maybe the coming years, just because we do not know how the lasting effects of COVID-19 and what it will have in our economy. What we do know is that we're going to have to do probably more with less. And that's where you all come in being bold and being creative about how we can do things to make sure that our residents are safe in every aspect and the way that we deliver services in our community. And so I want to thank you guys for the time. I know that this is only the beginning in the first kind of phase of really looking at policy, major policy changes in our community. And what I'd like to see, obviously, not only in the short term, you guys coming with some very bold and thoughtful policy recommendations, but that this work continues because it won't be over when you guys bring forward those policy recommendations to, the city public policy officials. I think the work will continue. And so, I just want to appreciate every single one of you. Chairman, thank you for, taking this work on. I know that it's difficult. I know that there's been a lot of uncomfortable conversations, but we can only become comfortable having those uncomfortable conversations and being, honest and direct. And so I appreciate every single one of you for that work.
Thank you, Council Member. I appreciate you as always, and always appreciate your advocacy for this community. And again, I want to also tell you thank you for allowing this committee to have more, this commission to have more time. I know we're very appreciative of that. I see we have one other that I can see. I know we have Mayor-elect Jerry Dyer, who's also a member of the executive committee. Mr. Mayor-elect, I'd like to offer you a few moments to make some remarks if you like.
Sure, Oliver, thanks. And I'll be very brief. I want to thank all of the chairs, subcommittee chairs. I know there's been a lot of work put into this. And, I've had an opportunity to review some of the policy recommendations. So far, I thought they were very logical, very thoughtful, very reasonable. And so I can tell there's been a lot of hard work gone into those. And I look forward to the additional recommendations that are going to come out of this commission. And hopefully the additional time will allow for more of the work to be done, and hopefully all of the work to be done that the commission is going to be doing. And I think the timing is perfect, quite frankly, because it's going to coincide with the appointment of the new police chief. And I think it's going to be important for them to be on board with all of the policy changes and a number of other things that are going to occur. And also coincide with the budget that's going to be done in the next coming months. So anyway, I just want to keep it short, say thank you. I'm going to look forward to seeing all of the recommendations when they come forward. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We certainly appreciate your time and recommendation as well to allow this commission to have an extension. And I do not see, I'm not sure if Luis Chavez is on. Is Luis on?
No, Chairman, he's running late in another Zoom meeting, so.
Okay, no worries. He said he might not make it. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss him in the event that he may have come on late. So, because I know executive.
Lee's not gonna make it either, Oliver. I talked to him.
Okay, great. I was just about to ask about the mayor. I didn't see him either.
Yeah,
So,
he's not gonna make it.
okay, no worries. We definitely appreciate you all, and I wanted to make sure we had you all on the top of the meeting. We know and recognize and understand how busy you all are. And so if you need to drop off at any time, we totally understand. But of course, we would love for you to stay and listen to some of the recommendations that are going to come forth in this meeting. The committees have worked extremely hard on it. So, Louisa, I see you.
Yes, thank you. I just have a very quick question for Councilmember Arias. Could you just tell us the timeline for the hiring of the new police chief?
My understanding is they just completed the advertisement process, and they're thinking it's going to be 60 to 90 days for interviews to take place. But Mayor-elect Dart is more intimately involved. They don't bring me on board until it's time to interview folks, because that's my specialty.
So is there a targeted date for the new police chief to be at work?
My understanding, to your question, is there's a deadline that we're working back from, which is early next year when our current chief and essentially expires. His tenure ends based on that. But I don't know if there's an actual date. But Jerry, can you speak to that?
Yeah, I can. In fact, we had a meeting, a Zoom meeting on it today, Miguel, and the interview process is going to more than likely start at the end of September, and there'll be a number of phases involved in the interview. Generally, any type of a candidate selection. Generally, what happens, you'll start out with a interview process that then perhaps whittles it down to a select number of individuals. Those individuals will then be flown out to the city to continue with that process. And since we're in the middle of this COVID-19, it's a little bit unique. First time we've had to do one of the interviews like this. And so I would imagine the initial interviews are going to be done via Zoom after the applications are screened, and then it'll be whittled down. So in terms of timeline, I'm thinking that there will be some type of a selection of a candidate made before the end of the year. And then I would imagine that that candidate will be hired sometime around the first of the year.
And
that's the timeline.
How will the community input that was received last year be implemented in this search?
Well, two ways. Number one, the input from the community was utilized from last year to develop the actual brochure that was sent out. But there's going to be a number of community panels, as I understand it. We haven't finalized the process yet. There's going to be another meeting, I think, next week to further the process. But it's going to be a more exhaustive process than the last time in terms of interviews and involvement of committee members. And I don't know if there might even be something beyond that involving the committee as well, or the community as well.
Is the recruitment brochure available at the website, city's website?
Yes, it is, Luis. And if you don't have it, I can get it and send it over to you.
Could we just have the whole commission receive that? Could who's ever working the technical aspect, could you just have it be sent out to the entire commission?
FYI, you guys, I did get a request from personnel, I believe it was last week, to take down the recruitment from the webpage because they said the recruitment period was over for the notice. So we might have to contact personnel directly to get that brochure that they had me post up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could do that, Gavin, it'd be great if you could get that, maybe send it out to the commission for everybody to see.
Thank you.
Can you tell us who's on the recruitment committee?
Yeah, that was my question.
Well,
nope.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I want to be real mindful of we're far afield from our agendized topics. Okay, so be mindful that we're not supposed to be talking about the police recruitment on this agenda. It was not publicly noticed, and we've gone beyond a little bit just of a couple of clarifying questions into now some substantive. So if you have a clarifying question that you want about the process, I'll allow Jerry to answer those questions, but Nothing of any substance can be discussed without us being in violation of the Brown Act, because it was not an agendized discussion. So I think that was Gloria that had a question. Gloria, what is your question?
Who's on the recruitment committee?
Yeah, so there isn't necessarily a committee, Gloria, to include myself, but it's more of an advertising. And then the personnel department in the city of Fresno is the one receiving all of the applications. And as I understand it, there's also going to be individuals that perhaps from other cities who are where the recruiting firm is aware that they are interested in a police chief job, that they would be perhaps offered an opportunity to be a part of the process. So there really isn't a committee or anything of that nature that's actually going out and contacting candidates. That's being done by a professional organization or the city of Fresno.
Pastor Kreiner, so you got a question? We'll make this.
Yeah, mine will be quick. Mine will be quick. Jerry, I'm sorry, Mayor-elect, would it be? Are we following similar to the same where we're having community individuals sit on that panel, or is everything going to be completely different from how it was last year?
No, well, there could be more added to it once the process is final, because I think it needs to be a more exhaustive process than the last time. We want to make sure we get the right person for certain, but there'll definitely be community panels. And I don't know who all those community panel members are, but it's certainly going to be a reflective group. And not everybody obviously can be on the panel, but there may be some other parts of a process that may be able to expand the community involvement piece. That's what we're hoping for, more so than last time.
So, Mr. Chairman, can we have on a future agenda an update on the process where we can have an exchange? Let's put it on the agenda where we can have an exchange of.
Thank you, Luis. I was even going to recommend in your subcommittee meetings, you can absolutely ask the mayor-elect or people from the administration to come give you those updates, as they're occurring. It's nothing wrong with you all doing that either.
Yeah, but agreed, but I think that the full commission and the public as well has an interest in where we're at, where it's heading towards, and so it'd be good to have.
I hear you. I was just offering that as an alternative as well.
We discussed it.
And Oliver, I think it would be welcome from the city, certainly for me, if anybody had recommendations on how a process or anything of that nature to send those ideas our way. But in terms of how the community could be engaged.
Sure. Well, I'll leave it up to in the meantime, if some committees want to have you come and speak to them, they can have that, and we'll see about agendizing this topic on the next full commission meeting if there's enough interest. I want to now move on to the general public comment. Gavin, if I got to remember how we did this last time. The commission is going to allow 3 minutes for public comment. And Gavin, how do I see the names?
Click on participants down at the very bottom of the Zoom window.
Okay.
And then when that opens up, click on attendees to show all the people from the public.
All right. And how do I know if they want to speak? Does this mean that they want to speak? Okay.
We need them to raise their hands to be identified, and they press star 9 on their telephone if they're dialed in on a telephone. And if they're on Zoom, they need to go to the participants window, and there should be a raise hand at the bottom of the participants of the attendees list.
Okay, fantastic. And I see people starting to raise their hands now. So thank you for that, Gavin. And we may make one more announcement of that in a few minutes if folks haven't figured it out. So our first person up is Carrie Ayala. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Hi, friends. My name is Kira Lorena Ayala. My pronouns are she or they, and I appreciate this opportunity to share my views in this forum. I completely agree with the gentleman on one of the last calls who suggested that not all opinions have equal value, but we disagree about what that means. I identified myself as an organizer, which I am, but I'm also a lifelong resident of Fresno, a product of Fresno schools, including Fresno State. My parents were Central Valley educators, and my family has been in the Central Valley for over 100 years. I live across the street from where I learned how to ride a bike and around the corner from my parents. I grew up here in the 90s when Fresno had its first quote unquote strong mayor who criminalized Black and brown families and filled the jails till they were bursting at the seams. And yet here we are. I was at Computech Middle School in 1996 to 98 when young people were gunned down on and off campus in the surrounding neighborhoods in the days before Columbine, when cops on campus were only a thing in Black and brown neighborhoods. And yet here we are. I was in high school when Alan Autry and Jerry Dyer endorsed a daytime curfew for youth, meaning youth could only legally be outside without harassment from law enforcement between the hours of 6 to 9 a.m. and 2 to 10 p.m. And yet here we are. I was also in high school when in 2001, the Fresno Bee published a front page article about allegations that the Fresno police chief had sex with someone my age as a grown adult man and sworn Fresno Police Department officer. I was here a few years ago when the deputy chief was arrested after a federal investigation and convicted to only 4 years for using his power and connections running a drug ring. I was here last year when the city and mayor promised a community inclusive chief search and CBO showed up for that process outside their existing weighty tasks. I was here when that process was disregarded at the last minute and community was literally locked out of the announcement. And the outgoing chief will now make the choice himself as the mayor-elect. In my home, I hear sirens day and night. The helicopter is a constant presence. And we recently had a nearby fatal accident due to an illegal police chase down my street. I've seen the video recording of Fresno police executing a child and his colleague telling him what a good shot he made, and the disgusting ensuing character assassination of the child and defense of this police machine, including this own group's seeming obliviousness to the violence perpetrated against community by police, or the ongoing investment in policing by political leadership and the simultaneous disinvestment from the people who need it most. People were always saying that we are under-resourced, but our people are our greatest resource. And it's a damn shame that the people tasked with making the city more livable don't believe so. This process is a mess, and I can't wait until those of you who are working hard to make people like me feel alone, insane, or unreasonable for telling the truth about what we know are out of office. I was hoping not to come back as the space and many of the powerful people here are hostile to folks like me, but a friend I love invited me and I didn't want to let her down. I yield my time.
We now have Kay Randolph Pollard.
Hi, my name is Kay Randolph Pollard, and I've recently moved back to the city of Fresno after growing up here and spending my youth. And this particular subject in improving race relations is very near and dear to my heart. I've been doing personal education for myself and researching race education for those to be able to improve their understanding of why we are different and why we all communicate differently and how to improve that in the future. And I'm just interested in sharing that as appropriate to the right parties. And with that, I yield my time.
We now have Brandy Luz Villegas.
Sorry, it takes me a moment to unmute. Good evening. I want to thank the subcommittee for their hard work and voice support for the recommendations and findings of the subcommittee. I'm grateful particularly for the findings regarding use of and recommendations for use of force, including considering actions leading to those situations among the police officers, and strongly support the recommendations towards CIT handling all mental health calls as appropriate. I want to ask the committee at large to ensure that in your continued work, robust information on police interaction and impact of the homeless be researched and analyzed to consider that would improve the interactions of those who are unhoused. I ask that you include that the committee on community input include outreach to the homeless community to give direction for direct information from them, to look for ways to reach out to them, like providing flyers for how to give their input or doing field research. Their situation makes them much exposed to a wide range of issues pertaining to law enforcement, both health and safety issues that affect them and law enforcement treatment. While I know there's officers who respond to the homeless as needed, as is appropriate, over the last 4 years, I've heard testimonies and seen instances of problematic treatment, including instances of officers verbally and physically abusing them and using excessive force, instances where officers made reports of excessive force and claimed that the homeless initiated it when eyewitnesses affirmed that wasn't so. Threats to homeless for recording interactions, people not being able to keep their belongings or have it stored, and being threatened if they tried to retrieve items like a cap or paperwork, and misrepresenting refusal to accept services to the public that justifies stronger actions. Homeless are also vulnerable to safety issues and could speak to those in ways that others can't. I know we deal with complex issues with the homeless, and there's a lot of some impossible demands that officers have to try to work with. And I know that that might be frustrating to them as well, and that there's those who are trying to work within their directives. And I believe that looking at that and getting and considering their viewpoints in your considerations would be extremely helpful. And I also ask that you consider advocacy groups to help with that. I am grateful for the recommendation regarding mental health, as that would help in a number of situations pertaining to the homeless.
30 seconds.
Thank you for the 3 seconds. And yeah, as said, that this would be thoroughly considered and specifically taking the testimony directly from as many of the homeless as you can, and reaching out to them and making sure that their voice is included and that they have as much access as anyone else to that. I also asked that the agenda be easier to find. I couldn't find it online, and I know that I hope that will be on the website to share, but to ask that continue improvement. Thank you for the new website.
Thank you, Brandy, for your time. We now have Catherine Forbes.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Forbes. I'm a resident of Fresno. I'm also speaking to you today as somebody who was a shop steward for my union for 7 or 8 years. I want to encourage the commission to look carefully at the recommendations for the use of force policy, specifically around finding number 7 and number 8 that was published that the committee, the subcommittee devised. Policy statements or policies are not only a statement of values to the public, they're a socialization tool for officers, but they're also a tool for discipline. The current policy, as it stands, does little to protect officers. It does little to protect the public, and the only people that it's serving are the city attorneys. And what I mean by this is that when you have a general policy, it's very difficult to hold people accountable for their actions or for something that goes wrong in the course of doing their job. In recommendations 7 and 8, I would encourage the subcommittee and the whole committee to look at those recommendations in relationship to the disciplinary processes that are used for both investigation and for meting out discipline for officers. More elaborate policy mandates in these 2 areas will make the community safer, but it also make other police officers safer, especially if they're working with somebody who's reckless. That's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
We now have Jackie Newman.
Unmute. Good evening. My name is Jackie Newman. I've spoken to you before. First of all, I want to thank you very much for giving me the time to speak to you. I want to be clear that I embrace the fine work that our police officers do. Your commission is about reform, but the most important word, I think, is change. I think that resistance to change is going to be an issue. I want to raise the community, common community concern about the role of the police union with resistance to that change. I mentioned it at our last meeting when I spoke to you. But we're talking about significant change in the practices that police officers use as they go about conducting their business and making our community safe. And what I want this commission to keep in mind, and I'll be back again and again to bring it up, is the importance of making sure that the changes are not superficial, and that it's recognized that the police union is going to be a significant force in resisting some of that change. I'm hoping that that will not be something that will guide our process, but I think it's a really important factor as you go about reforming and changing the way police work is conducted. So there could be consequences for being superficial with this, and I firmly believe that the police union and the public knowledge of that resistance to change needs to be ongoing and crystal clear at all times. Once again, thank you so much, and I'm not being critical of the good work that many of our officers do, but I do know that all of you recognize the resistance to change that's going to come from the police union, and I wanted to underline that. Thank you. I yield my time.
Next, we have Drake Katukukan. Sorry if I messed that up.
You good. So I want to start off to point out the need of substantial defunding of the police. I came to the last meeting pushing for transparency for police stops and making those demographics public. And no, that's not releasing videos of cops complimenting each other after murdering a kid. And it's clear that accountability isn't as applicable in these cases when in previous meetings, we clearly have a department that thinks that only cops should be able to discipline cops. I thank the committee members who are speaking out and have not accepted donations from the police and sheriff's department. And I want to reiterate transparency and community involvement in the deciding of the next police chief. Though it may not be in this agenda, with the national climate being more aware of the unjust killing of Black people, it's important that the community is aware of who will be leading the already historically corrupt police department. We need to take power away from the department by allocating money to different services for mental health issues and practices towards the homeless community. Giving these folks ultimatums to pay fines with money they don't have or to join already underfunded programs is inhumane. And I emphasize, with elections coming up, we can't have possible local officials accepting police money or organizations keeping people in these organizations just because they don't support the police. So we need substantial change in the way local officials run and how the police department functions. I yield my time.
Next, we have Tomei.
Oliver, can you please remind people that if they want to speak, they have to raise their hand and tell them how to do it? Because they probably don't know how to, raise their hand like I did.
Are you getting some messages that people don't know how to do it, Gloria?
Right.
Gavin, if you want to repeat how the process.
Thank you, Oliver.
Okay, in order to raise your hand, if you're on the telephone, you need to dial *9. That will raise your hand. If you're in Zoom, click on the participants button at the bottom of the Zoom window. And then when the participants panel opens, look at the bottom of that window and there should be an icon that says raise hand.
All right. Thank you, Gavin. We now have Tomei Hernandez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Tomei Hernandez. I'm a community organizer. I'm a lifelong Fresno resident who's very grateful for the previous comment by Carrie Ayala. I just want to say that I support the complete dissolution of the Fresno Police Department and radical reinvestment of their budget to the community infrastructure that will protect the most marginalized amongst Fresno residents. I believe few members of this commission are actually engaging in good faith and earnestly listening to community calls for divestment from policing. So I just want to thank Gloria and other folks for representing our voices. I also want to say that Jerry Dyer is an awful mayor, and it's a shame that a beautiful city like Fresno is under the guidance of a sexual predator. And I yield my time.
Next, we have Cesar Casamayor.
Hello.
Hello.
Can y'all hear me?
We have you, Cesar.
All right, thank you. Please, I want to introduce everybody in the call. What's your name?
My name is David Potts. I'm from West Fresno. Damar Potts, West Fresno.
Baron.
Baron Alexander, West Fresno.
So one of the things that we want to say is that we've been asking for transparency. We've been asking for inclusion, and we continue to get the exclusive approach of many of those who are in position to speak for community, making decisions and having conversations without the best interest of the community. We have more people that I bet will call tonight after I speak saying not just reform, but saying put the money into community. I get that we have recommendations. I get and I think that we have an extension of 30 days, but to begin, 90 days was not even enough. It shouldn't even been a starting point, but we're here now. So again, inclusion, transparency, and let's keep it 100. For some of y'all that's in this commission, and I speak for the youth, goddammit. For some of y'all this is commission, for some of y'all it's to continue to increase your political career, but please do not do it on the backs of the community. Because if you have aspirations, let that be known that you have aspirations. And if your aspirations are not intact with community, are more intact with the status quo, just so you could get points to keep moving up by selling out to us, the community, then step off. Last time that we continue to have the same approach, those exclusive, those who are liked by some of those who are in power are the ones that are being not just nurtured, but are being accepted and taken recommendations from. Please be inclusive, be transparent, and keep it 100. If you're going to speak for community, then talk like you're with.
Cesar, you're muted.
Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Marissa Moraza.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marisa Moraza. Live in District 2. So I have a few comments that I definitely want to share. Because we are seeing a lot of the same errors that we saw at the beginning of this commission and when this was formed. We want this to be named and known. So yes, I do support the 30-day extension, and we know that there's still so much to do. And I appreciate those, and I want to acknowledge and highlight the community members and also the commissioners who have adamantly pushed for this extension. Because a 90-day or a 120-day timeline is still unrealistic. We need long-term and sustainable solutions. And in terms of this space, I do want to echo those who have already addressed the need for access and transparency. I want to say good job on releasing the website, especially to the young organizers here who helped push that space. And we also know that there's a lot more that needs to be done. On the logistical and technical sense, this was not shared on the City of Fresno website. There was no press release. There really wasn't any sort of action. When you search Fresno Commission on Google, this actually doesn't show up as a popular result. So you have to actually type in the actual URL that is not accessible. Also with with this community input survey, I appreciate that folks are starting to gather information and also know that there are limitations. If we are tracking IP addresses, how can folks who are on shared devices fill out this survey? So what other alternatives do you have to also ensure that folks are really able to fill out this survey and share their concerns? And then in regards to the actual recommendations that have been presented, I do want to show strong support for the recommendation to end the contract with Fresno Unified. Understanding this is ultimately a district decision, it is still important, and it is still very important for this space to name and recognize that we need to end that contract, and we need to have plans for the reallocation of this funding that is nearly $3 million in contracts that are paid to Fresno Police Department. Additionally, in all the spaces and specifically the budget and community development subcommittees, please ensure that we are actively moving to reduce harm, address the harm that the police department has caused, and to minimize the scope of the police department. This means moving resources into the police department and moving alternatives to policing into the police department will continue the harms that we have seen and continue the harms that we are experiencing in Fresno. So again, please continue to listen to community, please continue to reach out, and we need to continue to push for accessibility and transparency in the spaces. We're seeing the limitations with interpretation already. The agenda is only posted in English as well, so there is still more that we can do in this space.
Next, we have Lisa Flores.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, very quick, very short. I agree with the vast majority of the people who have spoken before me, so I'm not going to repeat. But as a retired union president locally here of one of the largest unions in Fresno, I want you guys to seriously consider, you know, if you have to break the police union to get positive movement and positive change within the police force. I mean, that is something that you need to look at. If they're not coming to the table to agree to change, that will probably be your last, best, and final straw in actually invoking change in this community. So I want you to make sure that you keep that on the table. Thank you.
Next, we have Mirendaric. I messed it up. I'm sorry about that. Marinarde Soto.
Hi, my name is Marinarde Soto. My pronouns are she, her. I want to say I fully support what Carrie Ayala said and Marisa Marosa. We have to divest from the police. We have to stop funding the police. The commission should take a stance to take a closer look at the contract that Fresno Unified has on the table. A contract is an agreement between two people. The police can also choose to withdraw from that contract. How is it that right now students are distance learning? Some students, most of the students, don't have the tools necessary and needed to learn online. They don't have access to computers, to Wi-Fi, yet our police officers are being funded from a Fresno Unified budget, and they have the tools. Police officers right now have the tools to murder, to kill, to harass, and to cause harm to our community. That is not okay. We need to defund the police, and I am so saddened that we have Jerry Dyer on this commission, knowing the harm he has caused to our community. It's there, it's written in paper. We know it, we have felt it. Listen to us, listen to the community. We have asked over and over and over again to defund the police. And what happens? The police just gets more money and our communities are left to fend for themselves. I yield my time.
Next, we have Stan Santos.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, and really appreciate the effort. I think this is the most I've seen in many years in the community, a lifelong resident. And I remember tracking some of this back as far as 2010, one before, but at least there was a spate of really tragic incidents that took place around that time. And one of them that reminds me of today is the shooting of Steven Vargas, and where the question was, you know, how the officer was adhering to, at that time, Penal Code Section 835A. You know, any peace officer who has reasonable cause to believe that the person to be arrested has committed a public offense may use reasonable force to effect the arrest, to prevent escape, or to overcome resistance. And the officer in that case, you know, used the defense that was used in the case of the killing of the 16-year-old child who was shot in the back of the head. It was, you know, the officer feared for his life, thought that the individual was going for a gun. And we had heard that so many times. One of the things that is not subjective or cannot be invented or contrived or, you know, doesn't require like somebody listen to somebody to determine whether they're honest or not is the data. And one of the things that I remember was supposed to have been implemented around that time was the tracking of these incidents. In the case of Fresno, which is notorious for repeat shooters, we have had, and we have, I believe, officers on the force right now that have engaged in more than one shooting, and some in more than one shooting, which resulted in the death of an individual. And at that time, I recall that there was the Office of the OIR was doing his research. There was legal actions. There was all kinds of, there was like 30 police shootings since January 2013 through, I believe, over a span of about 4 years. I'm not sure exactly, but I just recall that brought the attention to it. And then some of the measures were enforced around the Steven Vargas or subsequent to Steven Vargas case. One of them was that repeat shooters would be tracked and they would be observed and they would be checked to see if they need some type of counseling and to track them. And I don't know that that's taken place. I haven't seen it in the wording of the recommendations. And the other thing is, obviously, you don't have enough time to finish the process because I see, looks like you're maybe not even halfway through the mission that was put before you by the people and by the members of the council. And to do it justice and to do justice to the community, it really needs more depth and more time and to come up with the types of policies that would then help to avoid falling into the repeat shooter and the spark of shootings and killings that took place then.
Your time's expired. Thank you. All right, Ruben Espinosa.
Hello, my name is Ruben Espinoza, and I am a Southeast resident here in Fresno. I am a proponent of the recommendations on finding number 7 that mental health professionals should respond to nonviolent mental health calls. Also, I am grateful for the recommendations on finding number 8, which is liability expenses. I support an assessment of each of the cases that result in a claim of excessive force. Fresno taxpayers are footing the bill for cops gone rogue. Those are the funds that should be going to schools, rec centers, mental health programs, and fixing our infrastructure. But not only that, not all costs associated with the police brutality are monetary. There's also the relationship that could be poisoned between the community and the police. Also, I am a proponent of the divestment of the police budget and to allocate those funds back to the community in the form of mental health programs and the appropriate resources to make our community stronger. And I yield the rest of my time.
All right, thank you. All right, that concludes our public comment for this meeting. We will now move on to our next agendized item. Gavin, you can, I can just collapse this here. So what we're going to do now, the subcommittee chairs and Sandra and I have been meeting pretty much weekly to prepare for this first round of recommendations. And I can say, and I'm gonna let Sandra weigh in right after I make these opening remarks and before we get to our committee chairs, but I can say that I am completely and thoroughly pleased with the work that the subcommittees are doing. I am very pleased with the work of the chairs. You all are doing an outstanding job of leading these subcommittees. I'm very honored to be working with you all. This community really is blessed to have the work that you guys are doing. And I know that you cannot do the work without the hard work of your committee members, who I know are putting in an enormous amount of time as well. So I wanted to just say that. I wanted to say that publicly because I can appreciate how difficult it is to lead committees and to get consensus on really controversial issues, and you all are finding a way to do it. I do, Sandra and I both understand and recognize that these are just the first top line recommendations. We know that there's much more work to be done, much more conversations to be had and fleshed out, but very, very happy with the direction that the commission is going. Very happy with the direction that the subcommittees are going. You all are doing the work that I think we envisioned when this started. So I just wanted to tell you all that I'm deeply, deeply honored from the work that you guys are doing. Sandra, did you want to make any remarks to our subcommittee chairs before we let them do their presentations?
Thank you. Hi, I just want to make sure that we introduce folks from the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform and also Sherry from the Community Justice Center that are now added to our consultant list, and just remind the chairs that for next week, it's really important that you make some time for the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform to present in each of the subcommittees. So I'm not sure, Oliver, if you wanted to have any of those folks do a quick introduction or just say a quick hello.
Maybe just really quickly. We'll do really quick from I know Sherry Wiedenhofer's on, and who do we have? Cheryl from the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform?
Yes.
Okay, if they wanted to say a quick hello, that would be fine, so folks can know who they are and what organizations they're with. And Sandra, why don't you do a brief overview of where you think? Well, we know Sherry's working with the community input subcommittee, but maybe if you can do a brief overview of the thoughts that we have for bringing on the work of the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform.
Yes, and that's a great segue. And then maybe Cheryl, you can add on. I see that you're on. So the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform is a really great addition to our consultants, and will be helping package all of the recommendations together. And so they're really going to need to stay plugged into each of the subcommittees to make sure that we have a concise document to present and turn over to the executive committee and city council. currently, the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform is working with other cities around similar police reform efforts and have worked in the past with the Los Angeles County Probation Department to put together a detailed plan for reform for that system. And so we're really excited to have them on board to help provide some additional assistance to help think through each of the recommendations that y'all are already working together, and then add and present some additional best practices that they're seeing across the country, and really add to your efforts. So they're here as a resource to each subcommittee and really helping to put everything together in a concise manner. I think that, as we'll see in the presentations today, that there's some conversations that are happening in the police tactics subcommittee that are similar conversations or complementary to the conversations that are happening in the police budget subcommittee. And then the same thing with the community development committee, where there's definitely conversations of the police budget subcommittee that I think we'll have to make sure that we're bridging with our community development folks. And so the idea of bringing in the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform is because they do have that experience, both in terms of operationalizing and how departments work and function, and also thinking about community safety from a broader perspective, which is really the conversations that folks have been having. And so again, they're an additional tool and an additional resource that we want to make sure that we make available on top of all of the different consultants that are already providing dedicated support to each of the subcommittees, as a way to make sure that we're able to successfully submit recommendations that we are all in alignment with. And so I think with that, I'll add, Cheryl, I don't know if you have anything that you'd like to add or clarify.
Thank you, Sandra. That was more than I could have said. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate you and Oliver inviting us on to join in consulting for this project. You're right that we really want to be able to be a support for the voices of Fresno and recognize the needs of the Fresno community and support you in getting to where you want to go. And I do want to introduce my colleague, Aman, who is joining us here too, and he'll be part of the team that is consulting with you.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us. My name is Aman Sabatu. I'm the operations director at the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform. Thanks to Sandra for a great introduction, very comprehensive. As she said, we'll be helping package your recommendations. We bring some experience and expertise working in these types of collaborative processes where, there are often challenges with, community and law enforcement and other public agencies involved. But we've had some success in, shepherding these collaborative processes through. So we look forward to, learning more about your work, getting to know you a bit, and, beginning next week, engaging more with your subcommittee. So thanks for having us, and we'll let you get back on track with your agenda.
Thanks, Aman. I know Sandra also mentioned we also have Sherry Wiedhoff on board. Sherry, I'm pretty sure I saw you on the call. If you wanted to also make a couple of remarks, I know that you're working with the Community Input Subcommittee. You're on mute.
Yeah, it's good to be here with everybody, and I'm here to be of service to the Community Development Subcommittee. Grateful to be a part of the team.
I'm sorry, I said Community Input, Community Development. Thank you for correcting me. All right, and just to kind of give the full commission an overview of what Sandra and I are trying to do, we're thinking a little bit ahead, and toward the end of the meeting, I'm going to have Sandra come back and kind of talk us through the timeline now that we have the extension. Sandra and I worked on what we think is something to bring us to the end, but we wanted to make sure that all of the subcommittees have the professional support they needed. So we think that we have now, we feel comfortable with that, and I think all of the subcommittee chairs and subcommittees also feel comfortable with the professional support that they have. But we also knew that at the end of this process, we're going to have 4 sets of recommendations from 4 subcommittees. And we have to prepare this in a thoughtful, concise document. So that's why we asked the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform to come in and help us with that, to be able to help us put together a document that we'll all be proud of and can string all of this together It's not my forte and it's not Sandra's forte, you know, and we wanted to have at least one set of consultants that could work with all of the committees as you guys move down the line so we can get a final product. So we're excited about having them on board. Sandra gave them a great introduction. It was Sandra's idea. So I thank Sandra for that. I think it was the right call. And I think this is the right group. So with that, our subcommittee chairs are going to have about 15 minutes of presentation. And I say that I'm not going to put a timer on you all. I want you all to be mindful of the time. Please give an overview and update of the work that you all have done. I don't necessarily need you all to go by, point by point. We had an opportunity to read your recommendations already. So, but we do want to get an overview of the work that you've done. And then we want to allow the commissioners, should they have questions about some of the work that you've done or some of the recommendations that you have, to provide the commissioners some time to have some dialogue with the subcommittee chairs as well. So that's the idea of this exercise, just so everybody knows. It's for the subcommittee chairs to present and for the commissioners to engage on some of the recommendations should you see fit. Okay, so that's what we're going to do next. So first up, we're going to have I'm almost positive, and I always say this and she never corrects me, but I think it is our youngest commission member, DeAngelique Jackson, who is the chair of the Community Input Engagement Subcommittee, who, as many of you have heard me say in the past, that I regard their work as probably the most important out of all the work that we're going to do. And again, Sandra and I have been meeting with the subcommittee chairs weekly, and very, very pleased with where the Community Input Committee is on. They have been working tirelessly to get to this point. And I also want to thank them for the work that they did in launching our website. It was because of our Community Input Committee that we have a website. It was their work, their effort at really putting this together, along with Sophia Cutler, who was wonderful on this. So with that, I would like to turn the floor over to DeAngelique.
Oof. Hello. Sorry about that. Having some technical difficulties right now. I'm trying to share my screen. But while I work on that, I'll introduce myself. Hello, everyone. My name is DeAngelique Jackson. I hope that you all can hear me okay. Let me know if you're having any issues. But Oliver, I think to answer your question, I think I am the youngest commissioner, unless Ephraim is coming up right up behind me and wants to correct me, but I'm almost certain that it's me. So it's been definitely a very good learning experience for me, just to be in this position, to have not only my committee members, but this entire commission be so willing to guide me throughout this entire process, while also still allowing me to spread my wings and fly while doing this work, and being able to lead our Community Input Committee, hopefully in a productive direction. So let me see. So this is going to be our report. I wanted to put it in a PowerPoint formation for today, mainly because we are the only committee to not have any recommendations, except for to ask for a time extension for our commission, which it's so amazing the way that Miguel Arias and the entire executive committee work. It's like they almost knew or something, and they just granted that recommendation before you even made the explicit request at this week's meeting. So we're very, very grateful for that. So with that, I'm just going to go through it. It's going to be a fairly short report. And let me try to hide my panels, my whatchamacallit, so you guys don't have to see all of this stuff. Okay, so to start off, I really wanted to highlight the two main parties that we've been working with very closely. Mainly the Fresno State Sociology Department, with Dr. Andrew Jones as being our lead advisor. The Sociology Department is helping us to create all of the surveys that we'll be pushing out to throughout the community, as well as helping us with data analysis. So Dr. Jones, if anybody on the commission has worked with him or has had a conversation with him, you know that he is really about his stuff and he's very passionate. It was very important for our Community Input Subcommittee to work with an entity that was local, and being that Fresno State is an internationally and a nationally recognized organization or university, we felt who else, knowing that over 70% of students who go to Fresno State come back to the Central Valley to work. We wanted to make sure that we were definitely highlighting this amazing institution that we have. right in our backyard. We've also been working with the California Rural Legal Assistance Incorporated. They're a nonprofit. Maria Thomas, who is a fellow commissioner, and Mariah, excuse me, I hope it's okay that I'm highlighting you, because the way that you just swooped in and helped us out, as well as a very vocal and thankful shout out to Gloria and to Crisante for just letting us know that the language we are using in our survey needed to be more accessible. That's something that I pride very heavily, as well as our entire committee. We wanted to make sure that the survey could be understood and read by just about anyone, and their feedback was just really helpful. So I just wanted to highlight both of these two entities who are coming together to make sure that this survey is not only the best that it can be, but that it's also easily understood. So thank you again to the Fresno State Sociology Department and to the California Rural Legal Assistance Incorporated group. So continuing on, we do have a website that's been created, and if you would like to get just more consistent updates about what it is we're doing as a commission, you can visit this website at www.fresno-cpr.com, and this is going to be the official website for the Commission on Police Reform. It is very, very new, and a huge shout out to Sophia Cutler, who's really been helping us out, and her amazing team as well, who's really been helping us out with the website creation and a lot of the other things happening behind the scenes. It's a really wonderful website. If there are any issues that you're experiencing with it or things that you'd like to see, there are 2 emails at the bottom on the About Us page. Feel free to leave any responses or reach out to any of us commissioners directly, and we can implement those changes. So for the community input survey, we are collecting responses via 4 different avenues to try to account for just the short time we have to collect. We want to give people as many opportunities and ways as possible to complete our survey. So the first one being phone banking, the second one being via focus groups, the third being recommendations. So as a community member, you can email us your personal recommendations, what you would like to see. And overall, we will consolidate those and put them in with our report. And you can email those to us at cpr.communityinput@gmail.com. And we also have an online survey that is going live, that has already started to go live. So when we're talking about the online survey links, we have currently, as of the last time Dr. Jones and I talked, which was like 5 minutes ago, we have 318 responses collected. In Arabic, right now we have 3. In English, we have 308. In Punjabi, we have 2. And in Spanish, we have 5. We are pending more languages. We want to try to make it as inclusive as possible. So given that we are able to find the translators for these languages, which we are in talks with, I think 3 of these that are pending, they're just not solidified yet. We will continue to add and make this survey as inclusive and as understandable as possible. So the languages that are pending are Hmong, Lao, Chinese, Vietnamese, Korean, Khmer, Tagalog, Igbo, and Zulu. So continuing on, for our focus groups, so far we have conducted 1 community focus group, but we have 4 that have been scheduled over the next 3 weeks. So that's really important. Overall, our committee has committed to doing 8 focus groups in total. So if you are interested in being a part, please keep your eyes open and be on the lookout for those, because we are looking for community responses. We are just in the entrance of the researchers that are working with us. We are limiting the amount of people who can be there to 8, just to make sure that the focus group itself is, I guess, what's the word? Like, I'm blanking on the word, but just to make sure it's like, it goes over smoothly, and there we go. And we're able to pay attention to every person in the room. We are limited to doing the 8, just because we are working with a very limited amount of researchers, number 1, and 2, we have the 3 other versions of data collection. And we just want to make sure that everything we're doing is quality, and we're not just necessarily pushing for pure quantity. That's why we're also incorporating the other 3 avenues of data collection. So for email recommendations, once again, you can send us emails at cpr.communityinput@gmail.com. And we have not received any email recommendations yet, but we do strongly encourage you all to send them directly to that email, a completely unfiltered way. And I promise you they will be read. I have access to it, so for sure somebody will be reviewing them. As for phone banking, we are still currently in the process of finalizing the contract between the City of Fresno and the Fresno State Sociology Department. Right now, we are pending the human subjects and IRB approval, which just pretty much means the Sociology Department says that our survey is not going to like damage anybody psychologically, and we're not going to run off with anybody's brain. So hopefully we pass that. And then we are projecting to begin data collection within the next 2 weeks. It's really just, last I checked, the final update we got at around 3 p.m. today was just that we're waiting on the City of Fresno to sign their party to make the final signatures. We have the initial signatures, but we're waiting on the final ones. And then from there, we can move forward with the final process of securing payment for the Sociology Department and the interns that they will be bringing on to help us conduct the phone banking. And I'm almost certain that that concludes what I have on this PowerPoint. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the share. I do want to take the rest of this time, though, to say, based off of just based off of the initial marketing approach that we've done, or push that we've done, which for those who are unaware, I believe it was last Thursday, the Community Input Subcommittee led by Mr. Randy Cooper went on to a radio station, and I should have written it down. It's and Mr. Cooper, if you want to unmute and help me out, I would appreciate it, because it is it's like KR.
We just like to send a shout out to Vision View Center. They opened their facility up to us. We had about 40 people on site. Quite a few of the commissioners showed up too. We went online with the 8 people, and we had, between all the combined sites, over 1,000 hits of people listening and giving comment back, and it was very successful. We had the real podcast. Our podcast was live. Our radio station 103.3, The Voice AM, is a community channel for the West Side. It was live, as well as Facebook Live. So we really pushed it out quite a bit, and we're happy with how it came out. And now the community even wants to do more of those forums with more community leaders. And Jerry, you'll be hearing from them, because they love to have Jerry Dyer on a forum like that. So the whole community has the opportunity to see him and ask him questions. So that he'll be hearing from them later. But it was very successful. They love the fact they want to get the results back to see how the results came out with the data. They want to be informed about that too. So now that's an avenue to open up us where we can have several online podcasts that go nationwide, as well as Facebook Live, as well as the radio. So it was very successful. I thank Angelique for showing up, and Rod Wade for showing up, and John for showing up, and then Professor was on the air with myself as the answer the questions of the community.
And thank you for that. So it was important for me to say that, because we came here, this commission was formed, and I'll argue it if nobody else wants to argue it, because of the Black Lives Matter movement, and ultimately the protest that was hosted on May 31st of 2020 in response to the brutal murder of George Floyd. And so for us to be able to start off our marketing campaign by going on a completely Black-owned network to spread the word to what I believe to be the most impacted community in terms of like police brutality was very, very crucial to us. And I think a very, very big just moment. And I'm excited for us as a committee to continue to push out these marketing pushes to everybody within our community. But I just want to say thank you to the entire commission, and explicitly to our chairs, for giving us the freedom to do this the right way, to make sure that the groups that are commonly disenfranchised and left out have a voice. We also have had an amazing opportunity to speak with victims of sexual assault, as well as those affected by human trafficking, both groups that we don't commonly consider to be a part of police brutality when talking about it. But I promise you, Fresno Police Department, we have heard about what you all are doing with your victims of sexual assault and how you're disregarding them. So that is absolutely something as a committee we want to be able to highlight. And I just want to say to the community members, thank you so much for just allowing us to have those conversations with you, allowing us to listen. It is very important. I would say a very notable feedback that I think we got from our marketing push with Vision View on Thursday was a very real and much needed perspective of why is it that we're doing surveys when the city of Fresno has received millions of surveys. They've done surveys every year about police brutality. Like if the march that we did on May 31st with over 350 attendees wasn't a survey enough, like what else would be needed? I get why the community is frustrated, and I want to thank you all for voicing those concerns. And the only thing that I can offer is to say that this time with the surveys, we're trying our hardest to do it right. Previously in the past, or historically with a lot of surveys done citywide, there's a set number of residents that are polled, a very consistent amount of residents that are polled, and scientifically they're referred to as being high propensity respondents, right? So if you want to know what that intersects at, that's being white and rich. So those are usually the people who are polled for those responses. We're doing our best within our focus groups as well as with our survey distribution to highlight low propensity areas within Fresno, and low propensity means those least likely to respond to things, which we know is being a person of color and low income. So our focus for the focus groups, we are trying to make sure that we're really including and highlighting Southwest and West Fresno, not to leave out the other districts, because we understand explicitly in the north side on Palm that there are issues there as well. But we are trying to do our best as those from the community with no limitations, right? No, nobody to tell us that we can't, to make sure that we're reaching everybody who is commonly left out. So this part, the data collection, the surveys, it's necessary, and it's a part of the process. But if you are so sick and tired, which I sympathize with you, I'm sick and tired of filling out surveys too, because I think having a young man, Isaiah Mieta Golding, shot in the back of his head and hearing an officer say good shot should be enough to reform the department. I really do. I want y'all to know that we all feel that, as I hope I can say as a committee, but I hope the entire commission feels that as well. So I just ask that you all continue to bear with us, to continue to vocalize yourselves, and letting the executive committee, the city of Fresno, the police department, Jerry Dyer know that change is needed, and that this is just the first step, that this is not meant to be performative. And we as activists, organizers, and as community members, as a family, will not allow it to be performative. So with that, unless any of my other committee members has a statement to make, I think that kind of concludes my report. And if it's all right, I'm just going to leave this up until Gavin kicks me off of screen share in case anybody wants to visit the site.
Actually, you know, I think that might be okay. I just want to make sure I can see, because what I'm going to ask the our panelists to do is if they want to speak, because I can't see you all at one time, and I want to try to make sure we don't have everybody speaking at once. I actually pulled up my screen, and I can, if you raise your hand, I can see you, and then that way I can allow you to interact with DeAngelique and the Community Input Subcommittee. Very good presentation, DeAngelique. Thank you. Thank you for all the work I shared with you guys already. I think you guys are doing a fantastic job. It's very difficult in this time of COVID to get the type of engagement that we would normally do. And I think the innovative ways that you all are finding ways to reach our residents is inspiring. So Pastor Kreiner, I see you have your hand up.
No, I think that was an old hand. I'm sorry, sir.
It's all good. Okay. All right.
If I can, really fast, I wanted to say this within my report, and I apologize. I got the nerves because you're all just so amazing to be in the presence of, and I want to make sure I do a good job every time. But I do want to use part of my time to say that this is much needed, the reform that we're doing, and that just because we've started something doesn't mean that we've accomplished something, especially not nationwide. I want to explicitly say justice for Jacob Blake, the man who was shot 7 times in the back in Wisconsin for trying to break up a fight between 2 women. I think if anything, if you have not heard about that story, I definitely recommend that you all follow up on that, because there's no reason that should happen, especially given what has gone on since 2012 with the start of Black Lives Matter, especially not since the murder of George Floyd, with the way that we've really been pushing for change. And I think, unfortunately, the story of Jacob Blake is a really big telltale of where we're at with police reform and with police brutality. It's letting you know that just because we march in the streets doesn't mean that stuff is being fixed behind closed doors, which is why it's super important for a commission such as this to last well past that 30-day extension that we are so grateful to have gotten, because things such as this, brutalizations, that of which have occurred to Jacob Blake, which as far as I know, last I heard, he is in critical condition but is alive, which is a blessing to know, but it's just not okay. You know what I mean? So please do not lose faith. Please do not allow the fact that this website and the survey being out be the reason that you relax, because it's still happening. And I promise you, if it's happening in Wisconsin, it's definitely happening in Fresno, California. So we need to continue to stay vigilant. So with that, once again, I'll yield my time and open it up to everybody else.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, you did a great job, DeAngelique, and to your committee, because we don't have any of the commission.
I'm trying to.
Are you? Do you got?
It won't let me raise my hand.
Oh, really? Okay, go. I'm sorry about that. Go
I
right
did
ahead.
the participants. First of all, I'm just so grateful Dee is on our commission. It is such a fresh air, you know, like I'm so old. I've been at this so long. To have some new blood on the team is great. I think the work your committee is doing is wonderful. I wish we would have waited until your committee surveys and online polls, etc., would have come in, because then we would have known what the community wants and we could have been working around that. I sort of feel like each committee's working in a vacuum, because it turns out after reading the recommendations, it sounds like they're already working on training, etc., and we haven't even got to that on my committee. So I just want to do a shout out. You went from 0 to 100, and you all are doing a great job. So kudos to your committee, girl.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You know, is there anyone else that can't raise their hand?
Oliver, my hand is raised, but I don't know where else to raise it. I'm a Luddite.
Go right ahead. I don't know why I can't. Go right ahead, Judge Oliver.
I commend Angelique and her subcommittee for the outreach. I would just suggest the following, particularly regarding the abuse of sex workers, as that term is oftentimes used. I had, throughout my career on the bench, the sadness of watching children, teenagers, and adults be the victims. And in addition to the comment that Angelique made, which is going to be part of the questionnaire, I would only urge that she and the commission, her subcommittee, reach out to the local 501c3 organization, Break the Chains, an organization that is started by women who were victims, who deal with victims, and can help, I believe, provide an access to further reports or answers to these questionnaires that will talk not only about the issue that she suggests, but certainly will talk about the issue of the pimps and procurers and the enslavement of these men and women and transgenders in our community. Thank you. I submit.
I appreciate that. If I may, I would like to just make a comment based off of the survivors of sex trafficking as well as sexual assault that I've talked to. I'm being told that Breaking the Change is not an organization that we would want to work with, and that a lot of women who go there seeking assistance and help are never able to actually escape that cycle, and that is actually a very performative organization in and of itself. I get nervous with saying that because I'm not sure who I would be challenging, but I do know that I have been told that organization is largely connected to Jerry Dyer, and a lot of the women who are forced to go there because they have nowhere else to go for support. So I think overall, as a committee and as a commission, as a community, we should be doing better at highlighting and bringing in resources such as Made for Them, who is a group that we have worked with to make sure that victims of human trafficking as well as sexual assault have resources and can go places to where they feel safe. Once again, that's not to badmouth or talk poorly on anyone. It's simply to say that to the victims of sexual assault and to trafficking who have talked to me, I want you to know that I am an ally and I am here, and I will do my best to make sure that I'm making everybody aware of the things that you're experiencing. So, but I do thank you, Judge, for that. And we are doing our best to make sure that we can include organizations who are working with victims of both of those instances to make sure that we can get them support and make sure that their voices are heard.
All right, I now see you, James Pitts. I see your hand is raised.
I just wanted to say we are looking forward to your recommendations from your committee, DeAngelique. Seeing as how those particular recommendations from the community or requests will help guide us on the police tactics and training subcommittee as well. So as soon as you get those finished, I would certainly like to be made aware of it. Thank you.
Mariah?
Hi, yeah. So I just wanted to add to Dr. Pitt's statement that I absolutely agree. It'll be great to get those recommendations. We are also going to be looking at the police manuals, their policies around responses to domestic violence and police interaction with the juveniles. So to the extent that the work that you're doing with your subcommittee finds information on that as well, even if it's intersectional with what you were just talking about or adjacent to it or anything, we would like to see that as well.
All right, Mai?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to the Community Input Subcommittee for all of the hard work that you all have put into really launching a community assessment to this level and with this data collection methodology. I just want to, even if it's not official today, if we can get an update on a timeline, maybe because it was officially announced from Councilmember Audius that we have a 30-day extension. So how does that impact the original timeline that maybe you all were working at, so the rest of the commissioners can figure out how to continue to be supportive? Myself, for example, when the Hmong translated survey is out and that really needs to go out into the field, I'd be more than happy to really, tap into the networks and the relationships that I have to ensure that folks from the Southeast Asian community do respond. But if we can have like an updated timeline, again, it doesn't have to be announced today because I know we just officially got the extension today. So just a reminder, and if that can be emailed out to everyone.
No, thank you, Maya. And it will be actually towards the end of the meeting. Sandra is actually going to provide an update for you all on what we're recommending for the timeline going forward that incorporates the idea of the extension. So we had a sneaky suspicion of what Council President Audius would say. So we wanted to be prepared to be able to share that with you all today. So toward the end of the meeting, after we get through our subcommittee reports, Sandra will give you all an update. All right, on my end, I don't see any more hands raised, but I feel like I saw another hand raised. So if you had your hand raised and I can't see it, go ahead and speak.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is Luisa. I just have a very quick question for DeAngelique. And first of all, kudos to you and your committee. My question has to do with, is there going to be a special effort to reaching out to the homeless population in the city of Fresno? We've heard a lot over the years about their overall dissatisfaction with how police are handling that. And so I'm just curious, is that on your list of folks to reach out to?
Yes, ma'am, it absolutely is. I think for me, my biggest goal with that is just trying to figure out how we can do it while still socially distancing, because we don't want to put them at risk and we don't want to put like our team at risk. So it gets kind of hard, but what we do know, just from speaking with like some of my colleagues, there's a pretty good consensus to assume that a significant amount of our homeless population has access to a cell phone of some sort with limited type of like internet access. So we're hoping that by having these bit.lys in their shortened forms, that by word of mouth, it'll spread that way. Also, if they have internet access, that they can go to the commissioner website. We are also looking to finalize, at least I am, to make the final connection with Made for Them. They're actually just waiting on me to get back to them with the survey links. And they've said that they're willing to go out on their behalf to reach out to the homeless population that they're connected to. Ashley, not to throw you under the bus, but really hoping that Barrios Unidos would also be willing to help us, because I know that they also have a lot of connections and they do a phenomenal job with community outreach to any population. So if you all have any connections yourselves or have any ideas on how we can best reach out to our homeless community members to make sure they're included, because I think I've said it at the last commission meeting, but if not, then I want to say it here. We just recently had to fight to disband an entire task force dedicated to policing our homeless, even though they literally have nowhere else to go. because we are putting way too much money into our department to provide them the resources to be able to get off the streets. So if you yourself, and that's a personal opinion, if you yourself have any connections to our homeless community members, please reach out to me and let me know, because we want to make sure that their perspective is included. I'm almost certain they have a lot of stories to share with us.
Oliver, is there going to be an effort on behalf of the city, like to do a press release so that the subcommittee can get the word out to
Yeah,
people?
there is.
Okay.
I can answer that. Yes, there is going to be a press release. Right now, we're really just waiting on the finalization of our contract with the Fresno State Sociology Department before going live with any official press release, even though like I can tell you all here that we are in process of creating the negotiations. But until we get that contract signed and finalized by both parties, we will not be moving forward with the official press release. Though Mark Standriff, he and I have already had a conversation. He knows exactly what it is. We as a committee want to be on that press release. So the second we get those signatures done, I imagine that press release would go out within 3 business days. And that's, you know, trying to, if Mark can do that, or Mr. Standriff, if he can do that.
And I just want to,
Oliver, Oliver, I just wanted to say one thing.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
We can.
In reference to Break the Chains, I've worked with other women's groups and they've been very supportive, and we've had presentations by their executive director, and I found them to be very workable. And when it comes to the police department, working with them, I found that they've also said that the police department has been very workable with them. So I just wanted to share that information.
Okay. No.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gail. Ashley Rojas, I see you have your hand raised.
Yep, I just want to let D'Angelique know that we would be happy to support the process as Fresno Barrios Unidos, but more importantly, I want to elevate Des Martinez and Brandy, who was on the call earlier, who are long time and really successful and incredibly committed homeless advocates and leaders in that space doing incredibly innovative work. And so I would just, D'Angelique and Efrain, want to get you all connected with them so that way you all can do some good work together. Des is out in her community every single day and is really the voice for the homeless community. And so I would really appreciate connecting you all with them.
All right. You know, I don't see any more hands raised, but I felt like I had one more. So does anyone else have any remarks they want to make to the Community Input Subcommittee? All right. Well, hearing none, great job, D'Angelique, and to your committee. Like I said, I think you all are where we hoped you're going to be. And I wanted to give a little peace of mind to the other commissioners that we're not exactly surprised where the Community Input Subcommittee is. What we're doing today is really just a check-in. We know that none of you all have final recommendations. These are all still in draft form. I'm well aware that you all are still discussing intently a lot of these thoughts. However, we did want to check in about where we were at. I can assure you that the work that the Community Input Committee is doing will be incorporated into our work. It is the centerpiece, as I've said a number of times, and I share everyone's sentiment. It is the centerpiece of what we're doing. And I think that as they move through the process, they are doing a great job, and they're going to be sharing their results with us. And that way we can make sure that the subcommittee chairs and our subcommittees are aligning the work that comes out of the engagement that the Community Input Committee is doing. So great work, D'Angelique, and to your committee. Keep it up. And obviously, I know you'll be sharing all the results as you get them. So we appreciate the work.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
No, we got it. And if you can, let us have the screen back, because we're gonna now move on to my favorite judge in the entire world, by the way, that is leading the budget subcommittee, the police budget subcommittee. So Judge Oliver, I know, again, you all have been working tirelessly. Believe me, my co-chair is on on your committee, and she lets me know all the work that you all are doing. I chat with you regularly, and I know you guys have your hands full. and you're away in the weeds, maybe not as far as you want to be yet, but you guys are doing great work. And I listen, I appreciate the work that you all are doing as well. I know that you all are working it's been as hard as everyone else, and you guys give a really thorough report. And I want to turn it over to you all to give us a snapshot of that. Thank you for your effort and work, though.
Chair Baines, thank you very much. I note your comments several times to brevity and lengthiness, and something that you were commented on when you were a member of the council. I can read the clock and the look of the folks on this commission and our guests. I think it's, though, important to note that Angelique, as the starting person, is both the youngest and had a PowerPoint. I suspect I am the oldest and do well to have provided, I think with the minutes earlier, a copy of our draft consensus report. So that will set the stage. We tried to, I think it's important to note the makeup of our subcommittee. Sandra Celadon, as noted, as vice chair, Deep Singh, Veva Islas, a member of the Fresno Unified School District, and also very, very active in the community. Used to be retired Greg Garner, now the newly appointed chief of police of Sanger. Luisa Medina, my friend of 40 years, who takes no guff from anyone, I say with great respect, Luisa. Mike Tao, who's been very, very instructive and some very, very important questions. Captain Mark Salazar, now heading northeast, but he has a wealth of experience in the Fresno Police Department, and Pam Coronado, both in the issue of Native Americans, healthcare, etc. With that, in this draft consensus, we have tried to set forth because we thought that the members of the public who would read this report might not be as familiar with the overall structure. So we developed a little time to both our purpose, which in 5 bullet points is to investigate current and projected resources of the city of Fresno as they impact budget and operational ability of the FPD. The other 4 go generally in that direction. The bottom line is, it took us into a deep dive into a 400-page plus city budget, as well as a 10-page plus Fresno Police Department budget, which we could not have done without the assistance of Renee Wadahiro, the fiscal affairs manager of FPD, and Jane Sumter, the assistant city manager, along with her colleagues, Haley Fierro and Pedro Rivera. As well as Bruce Rudd, our consultant, a retired city manager. That is important because he knows where all the bodies figuratively are buried, number 1. He knows how to work through the documents, number 2, and he was able to keep us on track and provide information. I think it's also critical to note that both Renee and Jane, as employees, never once acted as advocates or opinion molders. They provided us with the help to get where we needed to be in order to become not accountants, not forensic accountants, not auditors, but to understand what the budget was about. It's important, I think, initially to note Council President Arias said something that we were going to say and we decided not to, but since he said it, I can repeat it. The city of Fresno looking at a 35 million budget gap this year. You can cut that any way you want to. That is going to have a substantial effect on every aspect of the city of Fresno. I think it would be naive not to think and not to look back to 2008, when the city of Fresno Police Department had a substantial decrease both in sworn officers and non-sworn employees. We, the Fresno Police Department, and us as members of the community are almost back to where we were in terms of sworn officers. We're still about 100 short in non-sworn officers. So as Council President Arias pointed out, They will be meeting. They'll have final projections. Part of it depends on some federal funding for COVID, but it's going to be a very challenging time. The Fresno Police Department budget. All of us have heard anecdotally, well, it takes a huge percentage of the general fund. That is true. The general fund is $202 million and change, which is generated from property tax, sales tax, hotel, and some other sources. The police department budget out of that, of the $202 million, is 174. The balance of 27 million, and I think this is important, comes from federal and state grants and other contracted sources, which we'll talk about in a moment. There's a breakdown in the information about where the monies are spent, but I think for what many of you are interested in, the patrol division is the largest of 6 divisions, represents nearly 40% of the budget, and this part of what we're going to get to when we get to the recommendations is how you break down that division and how all that money is spent. So we will get to that, and that is information that's available on Google Docs. The subcommittee findings and recommendations, and I would say importantly, was by consensus. During our many meetings, the least of which is 2.5, I think we topped out at about 3 hours. We had spirited discussion. We had spirited disagreement. We never had a harsh word to each other or to the perspective of another member of the commission, of the subcommittee. Now, Ms. Medina, at one time or another, might have had a remark to make about the subcommittee chair, but we'll ignore that for now in light of our 40-year friendship. We took the tack of using Renee Wadahira and Jane Sumter to guide us through the complexity of financial documents, which all of you are familiar with. They are mind-boggling, and it's so easy to get lost in the weeds. Additionally, we thought it important to have some expert testimony. Chief Hall designated Deputy Chief Michael Reed, who's also a member of this commission, as a substantive expert. He spoke to us and provided a wealth of information. We also had information from the crisis intervention team, which there's been some discussion. We'll talk more about that, and the Department of Outreach and Recruitment. It's important to note that the findings that I'm going to give to you are not in order of priority by any stretch of the imagination. And for some, it may appear to be either pedantic or not really glamorous. But for all of you who have been in the world of looking at budgets, it is critically important. Number one, the financial system, the city, and accordingly the FPD uses is 20 years old, does not capture the level of information that is needed to track expenses and to evaluate the cost and effective of different operations and programs. Members of our commission, of our subcommittee, and including with great regularity, Sandra Celadon said, we need more information to drill down. That is a recommendation of this subcommittee that I believe will help not only the Fresno Police Department, but the city of Fresno. It will also help the members of the public to understand a sea of documents and a sea of numbers. Number two, as part of that, the Fresno Police Department, as a recommendation, should develop internal reports by division. There are documents available that will spell out, and many of us are not aware of the various subparts of the 4 categories of the Fresno Police Department administration. Number 2, staffing levels. In 2020, this will vary by the week, but we have essentially, the citizens of Fresno, have 849 sworn officers, 438 civilians. That is about the same we were at 2008 when the last economic catastrophe befell us. We're about 110 or so lacking of civilians. When you understand that the 2,080 hours is the work time of a Fresno police officer or civilian, and 1,800 hours of that is in the field, it leaves precious little for some training. You should also please understand that as of now, as of July 12th, there were 69 officers and 26 civilians off for workers' comp, illness, etc., as well as 13 virus recovering persons. Importantly, this number of police officers includes SRO, SRNO, a moment in a minute, facts, and many of you did not know, I suspect, that there are 3 Fresno police officers assigned to the recycling division of the city of Fresno. The city of Fresno Public Works decided, based on real world experience, they needed assistance and protection. They decided to hire, if you will, the Fresno Police Department. It's a pass-through, so it's easy to say, well, what do we care? It's a pass-through. We care a lot because the thread that is in this committee and is going to be in other committees, I believe, is what is the highest and best use of police officers. So there should be, as a recommendation, a staffing analysis as to both sworn and unsworn, what is the best use. Recommendation number 3. And with my fellow subcommittee members will abide me, I believe this is one of the most important discussion points of our recommendations. What work is presently being performed by sworn personnel, and to determine if utilizing community service officers be used to perform some of that work. These would be a career function, and we didn't get into the weeds of budgeting, but if you could have 2 or 2.5 community service officers to call on the public, to take reports, to do a lot, this is a career path, not just a job. Student resource officer programs, SRO and SRNO, you've heard, we're not commenting on public comment, but the discussion of that, and Ms. Islas talked about this in great length. We are suggesting this question: reach out to FUSD and Central and determine what was the problem that generated your need to hire FPD officers. Then find out, has that need been exacerbated or mitigated? And finally, of that, is there a different way to resolve that issue? Because if there are less police officers on campus, there may be more in the field, A. And B, the reality is, as now Chief Garner succinctly pointed out, whether there is an officer on campus or not, the Fresno Police Department is going to respond to a call for service. Special assignments, if you look, we have Fresno Area Express, and I'll get the number wrong, but about 18 folks that are contracted by FACTS, sworn officers, to assist with the FACTS mission. There are bike patrols. There is HUD in housing. The question that we are suggesting be asked is, what was the reason for these in the first place? Why are they needed? And is there a better alternative? That is a question to ask of the folks that want to pay the Fresno Police Department for this service. Finding 6, life cycle and replacement costs. Members of the commission and members of the public, it is unusual in a business operation not to have a sinking fund or reserve fund or depreciation fund, call it what you will, for the replacement of hard assets. This last year, a rotor in a helicopter needed to be replaced. I don't know what a helicopter, I mean, I don't know what a rotor is, but it was $400,000. There was not a reserve for it. The Fresno Police Department asked for 12 new vehicles and got 6 because there was no funding. I will suggest, as difficult as it is, if you don't plan for tomorrow, your tomorrows will be depleted as they are now. So there should be a cost and a life cycle analysis. Bingo. The capital investments, if they're not analyzed and planned for, will lead us into the same place we are now. Crisis intervention team, a lot about that, and you'll hear about that from the planning and tactics and philosophy committee. We spent an hour and a half with these folks since this program, the crisis intervention team, and this is the second, I would respectfully suggest, most important part of our report, came about as a sequential intercept mapping retreat. This was a 2-day retreat with all the stakeholders, including the public defender's office, including former folks that were the subject of mental illness issues. It is using decarceration of individuals for the crime, in quotes, of mental illness. That says everything you need to know. This organization, made up of 4 sworn officers plus a sergeant with some very talented mental health folks, has been in service. They've made more than 7,300 calls, and there's a minor correction in the factoids. They started out 34% of the calls they made generated a 5150 or a hold. That's where someone under state law is deemed to be a potential harm to themselves or others, essentially. That has decreased in 2019 to 25%, and 2020 to 20% so far this year. I would suggest it is a valid use of resources, but it's important to note 2 things. Julie Brower, one of the mental health folks, and these are so dedicated, it's just beyond description, described the Fresno police asset as an intangible benefit which is priceless. Dewan Duchette, the director, said that we should be working towards not needing the police aspect, but that now it is an adjunct that helps the process, not impinges the process of people that are in serious distress. In the 7,300 calls, there has been 1 use of force. I think that tells a lot of story. Liability expense, we hear a lot about liability and the cost of the lawsuits that are initiated. A couple of factoids that will help guide the discussion. In the last 10 years, there have been 73 cases filed. There have been 53 cases dismissed. That is only important to note that a lot of lawsuits are filed, been there, done that. And of the 23, the expense has averaged out to $1.48 million a year. We will provide later, and this is one of the findings, some information as to how that may equate to other cities that are comparable. Finally, recruitment, and you'll hear more about that. I think the Planning and Tactics Committee is going to be looking at that issue. It was impressive to this commission, I believe, to learn what has been done since 2017. The Lieutenant Dave Ramos, in charge, has initiated, with the help of the department, a use of cadets that allows folks that could not otherwise afford to be off of work. They have families, they have responsibilities. They're hired as cadets. They get paid $24 an hour. The cost of the 6-month or so academy is paid for. The result has been Since 2017, there has been 28 female police cadets and 105 male police cadets, 50 Hispanic males, 7 Asian males, 10 African American males, and 38 white males, which tracks roughly with still a disparity. But as one example, the African American police officers constitute, we were told, 6% of the department compared to 7.6% of the city of Fresno African American population pursuant to U.S. Census data. That is the quick, well, perhaps Oliver would say not so quick, but we share that. And we will have more detail, but we hope that it gives you an idea of how the limited budget and difficult times can be moved around. And if we look at some of these outside facts, SROs, SNROs, recycling, we can move assets to where they will be more effectively used. Thank you, Chair Baines.
No, Judge Oliver, that was a great report. Thank you for that very thorough overview. Funny enough, I had a chance to read your report, but listening to you go through it, I got a lot more out of it. So appreciate all the work, and I mean that sincerely. Appreciate all the work that your committee is doing. I think that not only did the commissioners learn quite a bit from your report, but I am hoping the listening public did as well. I think very well done, and I appreciate that. So now we're going to open it up and allow the commission to engage with you, Judge Oliver, and your committee on questions they may have. And I'm going to ask you guys to, we'll try the raise your hands thing again. If I miss your hand, let me know, and I'll let you just speak. But I see Efrain's hand is raised right now. The floor is yours, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to make this quick. So it's just 3 comments after the share out. As you were sharing out, the first part when you were talking about budget experts, I didn't get to catch all of the names you mentioned, but I did catch like Officer Reed and some other folks. And I would encourage that this committee focus a lot more on the folks who aren't necessarily tied to the police department, either current police officers or folks who have close ties to them, just to make sure that this isn't biased as well. Because as we know, the police department has continued to ask for more and more money. And if we just rely on their opinions, then I feel like those would be the same recommendations that would come out of them. The second thing would be,
may I just, because I have a short memory because I'm old, let me respond to the first comment first, and it's a very legitimate comment. But I think as I tried to set forth the information regarding the hard numbers came from the assistant city manager and the fiscal affairs manager of the Fresno Police Department, neither of whom were sworn. I will repeat that nothing that they said was in a spirit of advocacy. It was setting forth the big box in which we operate. So yes, did we have designated experts? We had CIT experts. And as a matter of fact, the bulk of the CIT report, probably 85%, came from not the sergeant in charge of that element, but the mental health expert, particularly Dewan, who is I will take her to the bank anytime. But anyway, your point is well made. But I mentioned quickly the members of our commission. These folks did not fall off the turnip truck yesterday. Anyway, I'm sorry. Efrain, that was just one, I know.
Okay, yeah. The second point that I was going to make was in relation to the SROs, SNROs, and Fresno Unified. So from my understanding, Fresno Unified has a very different perception of SROs and SNROs versus the reality that the students face on campus. So a lot of the times Fresno Unified personnel, teachers, administrators will say that they're doing a good job on campus because the way that the SROs interact with them is a lot different than the way that the SROs interact with the students. And I would say, I would highly encourage that this committee reaches out to the Fresno Education Justice Coalition, who is part of a group of youth serving organizations, such as Fresno Bailes Unidos, Gender Sexualities Alliance, Hmong Innovating Politics, and Californians for Justice, because they have direct access to the students on the ground who are with the presence of police officers on campus, and who have a different reality versus the perception that teachers think, right? So I would highly encourage that we also keep in mind that we center the voices of the students. I've worked with youth who share stories of them being mistreated by the police officers on campus, them being tackled on campus, them being suspended, that being put on their records, and now that affects them in the long run. So those are the experiences that we need to be centering rather than just reaching out to Fresno Unified, because they're going to have a very different perception. And then I also just recently, a couple of months ago, if you search up Fresno B, Selena Rojas, like those, she wrote a piece about her experience with law enforcement on campus. Those are the voices that we need to be centering as we're thinking about the SROs. So thank you.
Let me just make two comments to that because they're most legitimate. Number one, the report, the recommendation of our subcommittee is to determine what was the problem that the Fresno Unified School District and others that we use caused them to contract with the Fresno Police Department. A. B. Has that been mitigated or exacerbated? And from what I'm hearing from you, and frankly, this Education Justice Coalition, I can assure you will reach out to. But here is the bottom line. We, the citizens of Fresno and the Fresno Police Department, are not going to be funding the roughly 50% of a grant that has expired that previously allowed 95% or so of the cost of the Fresno Police Department to be on campus. It is not our recommendation that the Fresno Police Department, out of their general fund, continue to fund that. So I think the comments that you make, both in terms of ensuring that the Fresno Unified School District and Central and others that use the service take a look back. What are we doing and why are we doing it? I hope that responds, at least in some measure, to your legitimate concern.
Thanks, Efrain. I have Miguel Arias.
Hey, Chairman, I just wanted to give you guys some just insight and thank you for the thoughtful conversation you're having around the budget. And here's what I wanted to point out. When you look at other cities and the similar liabilities that they have in lawsuits, you're probably going to find that we're kind of average with them. But the important point to look at is the size of their general fund, i.e. their ability to pay the same amount of lawsuits that we're paying on an annual basis. Two, the general fund is a reflection of the economics of the communities, right? We know on average our families make $40,000 a year. 55% of our residents are renters. So we can't just look at how much are we spending down. Secondly, the amount of lawsuits that we have pending that signify significant exposure. And what I would describe as Judge Oliver indicated, he's absolutely right. The city doesn't really do a good job of planning the long-term cost of our assets, except for one area. We tend to budget very well for lawsuits and exposure to settlements. That every year, the lawsuit settlement amounts are set aside from each city department. But when we purchase a helicopter via a state grant or one-time money, we don't budget for the replacement of the helicopter equipment. We don't budget for the upgrade of the computer. When we contract officers to go work the Apple Store or Walmart, we charge those entities the very least amount possible. We don't charge them for the cars, the wear and tear on the vehicles, the use of the equipment, the long-term pension obligations of our employees. So corporate America gets a really good deal for a contract police officer, whether it's a bar or Walmart, but the taxpayer on the long term has to absorb that additional cost. So what I would ask as you're going through the budget is, put yourselves in the position that we are as a council. We increased the police budget last year by 20 million, but didn't have enough money to hire one additional officer. How does that work? Right? And there's a good rationale for that. There's more cost for insurance, more cost for settlements, one-time, raises for officers. Everybody got a 5% raise increase. There was replacement of hundreds of cars because they didn't budget for that over the previous years. All good reasons, right? Pay people more, replace equipment, and settle more lawsuits. But $20 million, it's a lot of money for not getting additional services to residents. So what we're looking for is, give us the big ideas. Should we be buying a helicopter? Should we have 2 helicopters? Should we be sharing the helicopters with the county, right? Touch the things that normally would be controversial for any of us to be touching or be going deep in. Telecommunications, should we have a different system than the county? Fuel stations, should we be operating our own gas stations in each substation? Look at it, because we're gonna be left with, if you guys don't do your work deeply, instead of giving the council a surgical knife, you're gonna give us a machete. And nobody wants to use a machete when it comes to any public service. So good conversation. Just want to give you some insight and kind of the things that we wrestle with.
Miguel, Council President Arias, if I may, you are talking about the same things that our subcommittee talked about as the discussion of the helicopter issue was discussed and not brought back because it's a whole different issue in the essence of time. The idea of where you have gasoline dumps, if you have them at each substation, I have no idea. Those are more than legitimate. The issue of which a lot in trying to honor my colleague Oliver because of his great name, we didn't get into the details. The cost of workers' compensation has increased substantially over the last 3 years. Well, part of that we understand is because there was a letter agreement properly, I think, with the FPOA to allow a quicker and more diligent use of resources to get officers back to work. What we don't know yet, and the information may be available, we just don't have it yet, is that as that increase in cost, which has resulted in a workers' comp increase, but offset by getting officers back to work. We don't know that, but it's a.
And Judge, let me add one more
Yes,
complexity to your debate. When we set up the drop program to encourage officers and city employees to remain city employees for longer periods of time,
yep,
that gave us police officers for longer than the normal 20-year life cycle, right? Our officers tend to be, the job is physically demanding. So we have a lot more older officers working longer periods of time, thanks to the drop program, but workman's comp is increasing. So the conversation for all of us is gonna have to be, what is the trade-off of having an officer working an additional 10 or 15, 20 years for a police department, versus getting younger officers to come into the force? None of which it's easy. So I'm relying on you guys to go and figure that out.
It's not easy. The drop program is historic in the city of Fresno, and every cop that leaves Fresno Police Department to go to Clovis does the trade-off between the drop in Fresno and what they get in Clovis, and it's very complex. I think you're going to find in the training policies committee, there's going to be an effort to have greater physical training on the, Miguel, I'm a little bit sensitive about older, but I'll let that drop. An emphasis on physical fitness as folks get older. I'm not yet ready to say that somebody at 55 or 60 cannot hold their own in the Fresno Police Department or anybody else, but the point is well taken, and it is a difficult circumstance, if you are 40 pounds overweight and you got 22 pounds around your middle with the equipment, to have to engage a 20-year-old who is a lot more fit. But your point is your points are more than well taken, and you and your council members have a tough job.
Thank you, Council President. Ron Manning.
Hey, Judge, I just want to say good job on all of that. That sounds like a lot to shoulder and very complicated part of your responsibilities as a chair. Having said that, let me jump into what you said earlier. I believe you said there was 849 officers in our department, and that's approximately 100 short.
No, so Sergeant Manning, I excuse me. We are, I said, I believe, but if I misspoke, we're about 100 civilians light of what we were in 2008. We are approaching, the Fresno Police Department and the citizens of Fresno, which is we, are about where we were in 2008.
Okay, and do you have the number for the shortfall of officers that we're supposed to have for the city of our size?
We were told last week, Bruce Rudd and I were told by Chief Hall that there's 25 vacancies now.
25 vacancies?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did they share with you what formula is being used to determine the number of officers? I'm just curious.
I'm not sure, Sergeant Manning, we asked that question, but what we did get into, and I think the recruiting piece will come later from the other subcommittee, it takes about 10 folks to be interviewed to get one or two who can pass the litany of tests, including psychological background, employment, etc. So no, they did not do that, but I am, as I believe I commented, the recruiting piece by Lieutenant Ramos has focused since 2017 on the ability to use the cadet program to, in a sense, provide an employment stipend so folks can afford to go to the academy and become Fresno police officers. I'm not sure, Ron, if that goes to your question, but
yeah, it helps. One other thing, I'm not sure if I missed it or not, but was there a component within what you guys have researched to address the deficient number of officers? Because I noticed that there's a lot of other things that have been addressed, certain things to correct or address the budget. But are we looking for solutions to address the deficiency, or are we just looking at I guess you would say, a repurposing of the officers that we already have?
As to the repurposing, the answer is definitely yes. We did not discuss and we did not have testimony or academic information as to what the size of the police department should be. We know this, that within the 5 districts, and our understanding is that they are allocated each year based on calls for CFS, calls for service that come from the public, not from other officers or not from a special team, but the calls are roughly range from 84,000 in Southeast, I may be wrong, to 79,000 or thereabouts in Captain Salazar's Northeast calls per year. And that is that there's broken down into 0 calls, which are high priority, down through 5. The refrain that we hear, and I hesitate because it was anecdotal and not metric, is that when an officer begins his or her shift, they begin with a stack of calls for service. And they work throughout their shift to do those calls for service. So what would be, I think, for our subcommittee to bite the, I wanted to discuss, and this is a difficult discussion. There's a lot of discussion around the country. You heard it from members of our community. Defund the police. What I'm perhaps hearing from Sergeant Manning is there should at least be a hard discussion on how many police officers we need. Can we help that metric by making more community service officers, letting then therefore more officers do what they do? Can there be less officers on facts or recycling, et cetera, to do what they do? I'm not sure that responds to your question. It raises some interesting discussion for our meeting of the budget subcommittee next week.
Yeah, it does. And I just want everyone to understand that by and large, in my district, I run a deficit every day, not having enough officers.
Yep.
And having some extremely prioritized calls
Yep.
that go pending where the public is in need of our service.
Yep.
And I just don't want us to put something together that would be a disservice to the public by not adding a component within our budget to address our police numbers.
And I would hope, Sergeant Manning, that discussion can be held with the clear-eyed perspective of calls for service in every quadrant or every one of the 5 districts. When I was a moderator for the last chief police go around out here in Northwest, the land of the semi-tall roofs, the comments that we heard was, nobody is here for us. I suspect, and I know from talking to my colleagues around the other subcommittees or the other moderating sessions, they heard that amplified in the districts they were in. So you're great food for thought for us.
No, thank you guys. Thank you guys for that. I'm gonna get to a couple other folks here. Sandra, you're up.
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to add that these are like very rough drafts, right? And that there is a lot of very healthy discussion happening in our subcommittee. So a couple of points that I want to make. One is that according to the numbers that were reported to us, there's about 1.56 officers, sworn officers per capita, which means that we already meet the number that was outlined in the general plan for the size of our community. And so that for me, that strikes me as the fact that it's not that we don't have enough officers, is that they're not being administered and used in a way that actually provide direct service. And that has been very clear in the number of special units. The other concern I think that has been very clear is that, and this goes to Council Member and Council President Arias's comments earlier, is that there really is no way to actually track expenses by officer and where they're allocated. So while it may appear that officers that are assigned to special units are paid for by special funding, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the case, because there is no way that the department actually tracks. A lot of the information that was presented to us, the staff did a great job at putting it together, but they did share with us that they had to manually put this data together. So there really isn't a system that allows for accounting in a way that tracks things by unit, division, or assignment. And so you really don't know what is the full cost of an officer that is assigned to a special unit. So I think we definitely need to continue to have that conversation more thoroughly. This is also where I see an intersection with the police budget and tactics subcommittee, because although the school district does pay for the school resource officers, there's nothing that says that the Fresno Police Department has to accept those contracts. And so while I know, and we've heard many times that this is a contract that the school district wants, a contract is between 2 parties. And so the police department could, right, if it was actually living up to the 21st century policing recommendations, would remove officers from school sites, because that is a 21st century recommendation that says that law enforcement agencies really take proactive steps to stop over policing and policing schools, and instead actually focus on youth-led and community-led prevention. And so I think that that's another point that I really want to elevate in all of these contracts, right? Because even in the facts unit, right, the number of calls that police officers are responding to, the number one reason is for suspicious activity. So that really begs the question as to whether that is an adequate use of sworn officers to respond to transportation suspicious activities on the Fresno fax system, right? Similarly, when you look at the community neighborhood resource team, or I don't know what they renamed it, which is basically the community policing unit, right? What they're spending their time on is showing up to community events. And again, is that the best use of a sworn officer? And why isn't that built into the department wide? The same thing with the crisis intervention team, right? Well, the presentation was very informative in terms of hearing from folks about how those outcomes that those 4 officers have really been seeing have been very positive. I question why we're spending $1 million on 4 officers and one supervisor. And in fact, I think that that's a conversation that also intersects with the police tactics subcommittee. So I just wanted to elevate those, right? Because we definitely are engaging in that conversation and really thinking through about what is the best use of funding, right? The other piece is that we don't have right up to date, because we are looking in hindsight. So we are looking at, you know, the previous fiscal year and also looking at a partial fiscal year and really thinking about what are the investments that we want to make. For example, the Skywatch, right? We know that most of the money that is being generated through the forfeiture program goes to that helicopter, right? I haven't seen where, you know, all of these capital assets pay for themselves, right? There's really no clarity on how things are being paid for in a way that makes sense, right? There's $300,000 that are generated through vehicle impounds, right? And where is that money being spent? Right? Like there's no way to make a linear connection. And so I think it's really important that before we start making decisions about whether we need more officers is how are we actually using the officers that we have? What's the actual cost for the officers that we have? And what are they doing? And at least from the data that we've looked at so far, for me personally, it shows me that the way that we're administering our police department is really not conducive and is to the goals of the city, at least the way that they've been expressed. And they're not reflective at all of the 21st century policing recommendations or even community policing in general, because there's no clear metrics to measure any of these outcomes to see if we're actually getting a return on investment. So I think that that's really important to elevate and highlight. And the fact that at least that's what I've been able to clear from the conversation at the police budget subcommittee.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
This is
I'm sorry. Excuse me, Louisa. Chair Baines, I lost my head.
So no. I wanted to add what has been discussed here, the difficulty that we had in even getting some of these numbers and trying to align them with the actions and what's in play. But in addition to, not only are we asking the school districts to what was your initial intent and purpose and have you achieved that, but there are a number of special units. As we look at the organizational chart in Patrol Division, and I forget what the other division is called, there are a number of special units that have been created from years past. We are also going to be and are asking, what was the intent of that special unit? That some of those special units that only exist in South Fresno, but do not exist in Northeast and Northwest Fresno. And there seems to be some duplicative efforts as you look across the board in some of those special units that have been set up. And while we didn't ask specifically about dispatchers, we have asked about the Magic Team and another team that has the gang task force team, and what are those functions, and asking and trying to figure out as well, you know, taking a look at that. And is that the kind of structure that is the best overall? But I know personally I was frustrated for 3 weeks here and trying to get some basic information to be able to at least present what we do have right now.
Okay. I have a couple more questions from folks that aren't on the committee. But I definitely appreciate the committee members weighing in and giving us some more thought. DeAngelique.
All right, I just had a quick question, and I'm almost certain that this has been talked about before, but I just wanted to get, I guess, explicit clarification. I just wanted to talk quickly or ask the question about qualified immunity once again to see like just the responses on that, because I feel like a lot of feedback that I've gotten and just conversations I've seen happening, like qualified immunity, you get rid of that and you're taking care of a lot of like just corrupt behavior that's happening within the department, as it does not allow us to hold individual officers responsible or accountable for different crimes. So like, for example, the officer who shot Isaiah Murrieta Golding in the back of the head, because he went to court and it was found that there was nothing wrong, another officer could do the same thing, and another young person could be extremely brutalized once again by Fresno Police Department, and it could be entirely legal. I understand, Judge Oliver, that there is probably some federal parameters to this, but my very new and young perspective, right, going through college and K through 12 is that we have checks and balances at a state, county, and local level. So I guess my question is there anything that the city of Fresno explicitly, your committee, is there anything that could be recommended to erase qualified immunity from our local government and hopefully set the precedent for the counties and the cities around us?
Angelique, you would not be shocked, I don't think, to know that that subject was raised in our budget subcommittee. We looked at the we looked at the confines of our assignment, and without trying to stray too far into other silos, left that to another subcommittee, which we're going to hear from sooner or later. So yes, that is a fascinating discussion, and it is fraught with what lawyers and legislators and courts and juries have done. But yes, that has not been left off the table.
Might I address your question? That is a proposal that has been discussed in the Police Tactics Committee among a few of us, and we'll get to it.
Yep.
In very shortly.
And you know what, Dr. Pitts, now that I know that you're part of that committee and that you're taking the charge, I heard your response. I know that the conversation is going to be good when y'all get to talking about it. So thank you.
Randy Cooper.
I just wanted to comment. I know the judge is not part of that committee, it's probably another committee, but he made the comment about there being about 6% of the police officers, a little over 6% on Fresno PD being African American. But when I was with another department, I brought that issue up too. When you have like this on your traffic stops, the information you put out, 24% of the people you stop in this town are African American. I think you need more than 7% if you're 3 times your number in the issues you're dealing with. I don't even know what percentage African Americans are for the misdemeanor and felony arrest, but I know it's not your committee, but you brought that statistic up. I just want to let it be known. You have an issue, you have a problem, it's identified by statistics. We should be trying to address it. Thank you.
Yep. Ray? Gloria Hernandez?
You know, we could handle the lawsuits, saving money by getting them bonded. As a patient advocate, I had $1 million bond that my company paid for. If I ever did anything wrong, the insurance would send an attorney to represent me and the insurance would pay it out. So maybe that's a cost-cutting effort you might look into.
I think that goes to the issue of qualified immunity, which goes to the issue of what Professor Pitts talked about, and that the subcommittee has or will deal with that bundle of issues.
Hey, Oliver.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm here. I'm sorry, I was on mute.
Okay.
I had a quick question, and it's in the same vein that Randy was just mentioning, and it's for Judge Oliver. You did mention the 6% African American officer in Fresno.
Yes, sir.
Was that for the department, or was that for the special units you were referring to?
No, sir. That information came from the recruiting lieutenant, and the population came from, he told us, the Census Department, and the percentage is sworn officers, not special units. We did not break it down, which may go to Sandra's issue that she's raised. How much detail can we get? But no, it did not go to special units. But it did. But it did. Let me just add this. Among the discussions we had and among the findings is that there should be an increased mentor training element of the Fresno Police Department. Captain Salazar speaks with some practical experience of what he has personally done and speaks with some specificity as to what officers and sergeants and above do by way of informal training. But one of our findings is that there should be a more organized method of allowing young officers to be mentored so that their path, whether it's a particular division or unit or a rank, is made more possible.
Okay. Hey, thank you, because I was asking that question because I wanted to know, because I'm part of the police training and tactics, and had your subgroup factored in race and minority and equality into your conversation, because I'm saying as a retired Fresno police officer, we do not properly reflect the community.
Yep.
We do not have enough members of that. I know that's an issue in our subcommittee that we are bringing up, but that's critically important, because for the safety and just the overall well-being of a community, it needs to see itself in its local government.
The information that we have that'll be passed on, if it's not already to your subcommittee, will speak to the efforts that have been made specifically since 2017 to increase diversity in race and gender, and then likewise to increase the ability for officers to be trained to work their way up. But you're right on, and it is.
And let me weigh in really quick. Sorry to cut you guys off, but because it really is a topic, and I know a number of you guys addressed Judge Oliver about it, but candidly, it's a topic that we're going to address in our own subcommittee.
Yes, sir. You bet.
And I appreciate you mentioning that a couple of times, Judge Oliver. I just wanted to do that for the remaining commissioners, that it's a very serious topic. I can assure you that it has not gone lost on the police tactics, training, and policy committee, that we are going to be looking into that. So I think the recommendation is more properly should come out of that committee. In the future, I'm certain that we will get there as well. So I just didn't want to save you there, Judge Oliver. I don't think you should be answering all of those questions about that one. I think that has to come from our committee. So
I wanted folks to know we did not blow it off.
No,
I know you in our
right.
silo, but recognize the issue.
Yeah, I know you didn't. I appreciate that. Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to comment that I think that I don't necessarily believe that one subcommittee is more appropriate to address that concern if across all of the subcommittees really truly believe that the workforce reflecting the community with the spirit of community policing is a priority across the subcommittees. So I definitely would advocate for more of a connected and less disjointed conversation around this issue. And I think we all know, at least in the budget subcommittee, when this conversation has been brought up, that at the end of the day, right, the money and the investment financially that you put behind recruitment really can determine the outcomes of what your workforce looks like. And so I really just want to reemphasize that I appreciate the other subcommittees talking about this, and it sounds like something that across all of the subcommittees we should have a more connected and less disjointed conversation. So I lean on the opposite of you, Chair Baines, in that sense of having the conversation alone in your subcommittee, because I definitely think that we across all of the subcommittees can really bring value to the conversation and from all different angles to make the right recommendation.
Yeah, I hear you, Maya, and listen, here's the thing. It's not that we should not. I don't want other subcommittees dealing with it. However, the budget subcommittee, I really do need focusing on numbers, and while like budgetary numbers, and that the number of African-American officers really is a policy call more than it is a budgetary call. So I hear you. You guys have definitely tackled the issue, and you've thought about it. You connected it for sure. But going forward, as far as how you increase the number of officers, what things can be done, what that number should be, and what have you, I think it's a more appropriate conversation in a policy committee that is guiding the Fresno Police Department. Not to say we should not have them disconnected, but I do think the meat of that probably has to come from, a committee not necessarily as focused on just numbers. So that was what I meant by that. And I know you guys haven't had a chance to go any further than just kind of, surface level numbers on that. But hey, we have been on this particular topic for a very long time. And I'm getting texts from other subcommittees, from other commission members about how fast we're going to move on. And let me just remind folks that what I did, and I said this at the beginning of this meeting, is that this was going to be a long meeting. So I prepared you all for that. And I said this at the beginning of this meeting, is that this was going to be a long meeting. So I prepared you all for that. And I said this at the beginning of this meeting, is that this was going to be a long meeting. So I prepared you all for that. And I said this at the beginning of this meeting, is that this was going to be a long meeting. So I prepared you all for that. And I said this at the beginning of this meeting, is that this was going to be a long meeting. So I prepared you all for that. And I said this at the beginning of this meeting, is that this was going to be a long meeting. So I prepared you all for that. And I said this at the beginning of this meeting, is that this was going to be a long meeting. So I prepared you all for that. And I said this at the beginning of this meeting, is that this was going to be a long meeting. So I prepared you all for that. And I said this at the beginning of this meeting, is that this was going to be a long meeting. So I prepared you all for that. And I said this at the beginning of this meeting, is that this was going to be a long meeting. So I prepared you all for that. And I said this at I asked my subcommittee chairs to give us about 15-minute presentations. All of them have met that time obligation almost to a T. Maybe plus or minus a couple of minutes, but none of them went over. But I also wanted to build in time for the commission members to interact with the various subcommittees, because you guys don't get that time very often. The subcommittee chairs get a chance to talk to each other and hear from each other weekly. I talk to them all the time. I even pop in on some of your meetings like Sandra does. But as far as the entire commission being able to interact with the various subcommittees, I know you guys don't get that time very often. So I wanted to be really liberal in allowing you guys to interact with each other, and you guys are taking advantage of that. So I'm just letting everybody know what the intent of this meeting was. It absolutely was the intent for the commission members to interact with the other subcommittees. So you guys are living up to what I thought you would do, with spirited conversations all around. But my subcommittee chairs are doing great jobs. I appreciate you guys doing the presentation and also being really responsive to all of the questions and thoughts that are coming toward you. So with that, I am going to move on though to our next subcommittee, and Judge Oliver, and to the budget subcommittee. Great job. Thank you guys for a very thorough presentation, and to the commissioners, great questions. I think you brought up really strong points, and it's a lot of food for thought going down the road. And I think that the next set of recommendations will be much more expansive all the way around what we see. If we think this conversation is lively, wait till the next one we have, when the next set of recommendations come out. So with that, I want to kick to my favorite committee chairs, and I say that with all bias because I'm in that subcommittee, to Scott Bailey and Ron Manning, who are the co-chairs. And I can say from personal experience that they are doing a great job with a tough committee. Listen, all the committee conversations I know are tough. There are a variety of opinions. Ours is no different. And I think our two chairs do a great job of navigating our issues and continuing to move us forward. We have a lot of long-winded folks in our committee. I'm one of them. So, some kind of way they keep me on track. So I appreciate the work that you guys do, Scott and Ron. And I know that we have a set of recommendations that we're proud to talk about tonight. So Scott and Ron, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Oliver. Ron and I will endeavor to keep this within a 15-minute limit as we summarize 10 recommendations that we've made for this meeting tonight. The first recommendation is something that we've already mentioned at the previous commission member meeting. Our first finding was of the mental health services, mental health response from the Fresno Police Department. We looked at the crisis intervention team in a presentation, and we heard a presentation from a CAHOOTS model in Eugene, Oregon. And although we do have some differences of opinion on our subcommittee, we kind of uniformly agreed, a strong consensus, that the city police, Fresno City Police, should not be dispatched for calls relating to mental health or behavioral issues of a nonviolent nature. And that the subcommittee agrees that the city should increase its reliance on behavioral health and trained mental health professionals to respond to such calls. And this issue, I think, is bigger than just our subcommittee and perhaps the commission. We are asking that the city form a working group to use the final 2 years on the CIT contract to look into a new model, and also, in addition, work on better training for dispatchers. I'm not going to go through and read word for word the recommendations. This first one I talk about is the recommendation that we talked about previously. The next 9 recommendations we have are a use of force analysis that was driven in large part by Mariah Thompson, Gloria Hernandez, Dr. James Pitts, and other members of the commission. One of the things we felt was in finding number 2 is that the use of force needs the use of force policy in the Fresno Police Manual needs a mission statement, a statement that is directed towards police officers to give them a feeling of what the use of force policy is about, and also a use of force and a mission statement that speaks to the residents of the city of Fresno. So this is a document that residents can look at and see what they see for the direction of the use of force manual. And Ron Manny and I spoke about this today when I heard DeAngelique talk about what she saw happen yesterday with Jacob Blake in Wisconsin. We're mindful of this, we're watching this, and we're thinking of these things that are going on in our country when we are trying to make a better Fresno and a better Fresno Police Departments together. Other modifications to the manual include making the policy, putting the policy in compliance with changing state law passed in Sacramento. AB 329 and Senate Bill 230 was part of the second recommendation that we said. This is just the laws, the case law and statutory law changes frequently. And there were places in the manual where we found that it's not keeping up quickly enough. We were advised that while we are making recommended revisions to the use of force policy, that within the city of Fresno, there was a second effort to modernize the language in the manual as well. Our finding number 4 specifically focuses on a recommendation to minimize the use of force and to encourage officers to use physical force only when no other viable option is available, and to minimize force recommendations in all instances. Our finding 5 looks at the language of the reasonableness standard, and we try to keep this in compliance with state law and federal law, and trying to keep in trying to modify the language in the manual to reflect this. Another issue there that has been, we've received a lot of discussion with early on in our commission is looking at a continuum use of force guidelines and policies in our recommendation number 6. In recommendation number 6 to number 7, we are looking at factors to consider in the use of force, and also factors to look at with the subject and factors to look at with the officer in recommendation 5 and recommendation 6. We're talking about making policies and finding 8, recommendation 8, finding 9 and recommendation 9, to encourage officers to, this word is used in other places as well, to de-escalate situations and avoid behavior that could escalate a situation, that officers should put themselves in dangerous positions or act in overly aggressive, unnecessary ways. We had a discussion, this is something I think a number of us had seen on the committee, is making a statement such to the effect that a police officer should not reach into a vehicle that is already moving. We talked about a procedure utilized sometimes to remove the keys from a vehicle to prevent escape, and that this can be dangerous if this is attempted when an officer is in motion. I'll be just another second, Ron, if you want to jump in on any of these. Just give me another second. We finally—
You're doing a fine job, Scott.
Thank you, Ron. I don't want to talk over you. We thought that the police department, it was just out of compliance. The carotid restraint in the version of the manual we were working with, the carotid restraint was still listed among the, as a non-deadly use of force. And after what Oliver would call a robust discussion, we are recommending that the carotid restraint and other similar uses of force should be shifted to a deadly force category of the Fresno Police Department manual. I mean, this is me trying to keep it brief. This is me speaking, where I say that the tone to the manual as we looked at it when it began looked like a device to protect the city of Fresno from liability. And that's my view. Our view is that the police manual should be a device to help police officers in the field. And it should be a device that citizens, civilians or residents can look at it to see what the rules are regarding the police. If a police officer is acting out of compliance with their policy, this is not a fact that should be hidden from the public. I'm going to add two last instances. I'm going to give you an example from myself. I've been a public defender in Fresno representing indigents accused of crime for more than 20 years in Fresno. 5 years ago, I had a case that required me to have access to the use of force policy manual of the Fresno Police Department, 3 or 4 pages. 5 years ago, this was a confidential, secret document. This was common for law enforcement manuals in cities in the United States. For me to get those 4 or 5 pages 5 years ago, I had to use a subpoena, fight a city attorney, and get an order from the judge who restricted my ability on how I could use it. Those pages are public today on the City of Fresno webpage. I hear the members of our public when they're talking about how they want transparency. The version of the police manual we've been looking at, 343 pages long, was taken off the webpage about 2 weeks ago. And the revised version has been added, is now 683 pages long. Now, this is not the product of our community, but it appears to be a product of the city trying to make this more transparent. And I think it's being pushed by the efforts of our subcommittee and the commission. Ron, if I'm leaving out points, Ron, there's outstanding issues on the list. Do you want to do the outstanding issues, Ron, or should I continue?
You can continue. I just want to throw in something before you do. I don't want anybody to think that we just came up with some half-baked idea of what the policy should be. But this was I believe Mariah shared this with me, was that it was a San Francisco PD and LAPD currently have this policy in their procedures and tactics. And so what we're looking at are adopting those and making some minor modifications.
Yeah, I think, Ron, just to reflect on what you're saying, we are looking at other department manuals, but I think that we're making a policy manual. We are recommending a policy manual that will be hopefully unique to the needs of Fresno. These are the 10 recommendations we've done so far, along with our request for more time to give us until October. We would like to do some data collection related to use of force. We continue the review of existing policies. When officers are drawing and pointing weapons, and early intervention for police officers. We have a big job to do as we look forward and into the model of police oversight for the Fresno Police Department. We've talked a lot, but we haven't begun our discussion yet relating to police hiring, evaluation, and discipline, police training, police culture, domestic violence, juvenile detention, and a review of the canine policy for the Fresno Police Department. And what we were talking about earlier with respect to the workforce reflection of the community is another area we want to finish our discussion Ron, if you have anything else to add, I'm open for questions. We're available for questions on our recommendations.
No, I think you described everything pretty well. This is a behemoth of a project here for us, and I'm glad that we did get the additional time because it's very deserving. Being that it is such a significant piece of what we do in police work, we don't want to rush it and do anything in haste because it is going to be a product that services the public. So I'm glad we got the time.
All right. Thanks to my favorite co-chairs. And great presentation, guys. I think you accurately reflected where we are to date through a lot of robust, very robust discussion.
It is. Let me tell you, Oliver, it is fun to have a public defender and a police officer working together to the Police Training Tactics and Philosophy Subcommittee.
Yeah, that's going to have to be an article somewhere. Gloria has her hand up.
Yeah, so since Judge Oliver brought up the funding and all that, I want to add things to be discussed, the bonding, possible bonding of police officers, the recruitment of more people of color into the blue uniform. And I want to add car chases. That's something we didn't list, and I want to add it.
Yeah.
So we got a lot of work to do.
We do, Gloria. Look at the car chase policy on the new manual online, and we'll talk about it in the next meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Right.
Thank you, Gloria. Thank you, Gloria.
DeAngelique?
Hey, okay, so now that I'm asking the right committee chairs this question about qualified immunity, if we could take a second just to talk about that a little bit more in depth, I would appreciate it just to see how that works from a federal to a local level.
Yes. Well, our expert is going to be, I think, on the qualified immunity discussion. Dr. Pitts, you want to, Dr. Pitts, your emails relating to the qualified immunity discussion, I thought were very well. Are you able to reflect on that a little bit?
Yeah, to be quite frank, we haven't even gotten to that part yet. We've only had some preliminary discussions on qualified immunity. Currently, I am reviewing the case law on qualified immunity. In the event that my subcommittee is willing to hear an extensive presentation about it or what have you. But by and large, the proposal will be made for an upcoming meeting to discuss qualified immunity in depth. And, you know, we'll hash out many of those issues as it pertains to the issue of officer accountability. We've tackled the issue of officer accountability in some respects. And I think I made it clear, at least from a personal standpoint, that I have a substantial issue with, you know, closing ranks and protecting those bad officers. I think we went to great lengths to express we have to come up with some sort of way to, on the one hand, be able to hold those officers who are guilty of misconduct accountable, but on the other hand, to also not throw those very good officers, that 97, 98% of officers who do their job in good faith, and even though they may make a mistake, they're acting in good faith, perhaps do not deserve prosecution. So we have examined those issues. As I said, I am doing extensive research on qualified immunity from a policing standpoint, as well as other criminal justice agents. And we certainly intend to tackle that in the coming weeks.
Awesome, thank you. And if I may, I would love to personally invite you to come to one of our community input subcommittee meetings, because as I've said, this is something that has been widely talked about amongst the community and something that I feel has been brought up a lot as a starting point to be able to create an actual quote unquote community policing type of model, is to make sure that we are protecting the community in these instances. So if that's something that you would be willing to do, or if your co-chairs would have you come and present to our committee, that would be really, really helpful. I'm even willing to plan a joint meetings. That way it could be discussed openly between our two subcommittees, but that would be really, really helpful, I think, for us as well.
I'd like to hear from your committee members as well, DeAngelique. I'd like that.
Keisha Thomas.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Let me say all of the presentations today have been amazing. And this one is one that I'm interested in all of them. So let me just stop there. So my question to you all is, we've discussed a little bit about the number of police officers, and I'm going to say the lack thereof African-American police officers. And we've discussed the the idea of our police chiefs who are being vetted coming into Fresno and being interviewed, or however that process is supposed to go. My question is, have we raised the question as to how these vetting process work? Who does the vetting for Fresno? Because we keep talking about community and how community is supposed to be involved. I know for us elected officials, we have to live in the area. We have to understand what our area consists of. We have to interact with the people in our area. But our officers, the last two I remember is Brookter and Officer Mitchell were the only two that I've known in a very long time to live in West Fresno and to absolutely be embedded in the culture. So what is the vetting? I guess the biggest question is, what is the vetting process, or have you even researched that to bring it to us?
Yeah, Keisha, I hear what you're saying. We have not begun that part of the process yet. I mean, it's on our list of our to be discussed issues, but getting a police force that's reflective of the population of the city of Fresno, I think that's something our commission is here to take on and come up with recommendations for the city to implement.
And I know that we, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, I recognize it was a budget silo issue, but it is definitely a budget issue because the things that we learned from Lieutenant Ramos was the efforts that are being made to recruit from our local area, but the emphasis on recruiting for gender and racial diversity. So whether if they were able to do, and I don't remember the numbers now, but 12 scholarships to enable otherwise ineligible folks to be able to go to the academy and still support their family, that is a budget item.
Yeah.
But that absolutely goes to the issue of how do you get more folks that reflect our community. So it is a budget issue, respectfully.
So, and to add just a little bit to that, we also talked about the idea of maybe having some pathways in the school district. I've been fighting for this for a while. My Gaston Middle School has a small cohort that happens there, and Joby and Mark Salazar, they all were incremental in making that happen. However, I would like to see that pathway move up through my Edison and then on to City College campus, because we're all right there, and it would be the perfect pathway. I would definitely like to look a little further into making this happen, because our kids don't understand the impact that they would make if they moved into some of these career pathways.
Thank you, Keisha.
All right, next we have Efrain.
Yeah, both a comment on and a question about this report out. So on June 2nd, 2020, this year, after the killing of George Floyd, as we know, there was protests around our nation, particularly here in our own state in California. During those protests, there was 3 murders at the hands of police that happened at a state level, both in Southern California and Northern California, in our own backyards as they were protesting what happened to George Floyd. Particularly what comes to mind is the case of Sean Monterrosa in Vallejo, who was shot by Vallejo police. And a couple of days, one of his last messages was to his sister, asking his sister to fill out a petition to bring justice to George Floyd. And he was part of the protest as well. He ended up getting shot. The way he was murdered, the car was moving. It was basically a drive-by by the police as the car was moving. And this is something that I continue to hear Gloria bring up. And I think it's extremely important that we look at the use of force policy when it comes to moving vehicles. And I really think it's really important. So my question is, I don't know the use of force policy, either to you, Scott, or anyone that has information on this. Is it explicitly stated already in the city of Fresno that officers cannot shoot from a moving vehicle?
Doesn't say that. I haven't seen that.
Okay, well, I would recommend that be looked at, and because like I said, in our own state, a couple of months ago, Sean Monterosa was killed by Vallejo Police Department in drive-by shooting while the car is moving. So I want to make sure that gets uplifted in this committee as well.
Efren, thank you for your comments. I agree with you what you say on the, especially with respect to the officer chase procedures, fleeing vehicles procedures. Take a look at the new manual on the webpage as it relates to that. Look what's there and join me in asking for those policies because I want to see them.
Sandra Seldon.
Thank you. And I want to see all those policies too, Scott. So I'm going to definitely take a look at them tonight. But I did want to comment specifically around recruitment, because a couple of things that I would suggest, and I agree with Commissioner Thomas, right, around, and we've also heard from public participation folks around the need to not only increase hiring standards to screen out for bias, right, racial bias, and also making sure that there's a full psych evaluation both at recruitment and whenever there's any incident with police officers. And I think at the same time, we also really need to think about how to increase hiring standards to screen in. And I'm wondering if the department has actually gone through any type of process to identify any bias in their hiring practices and their promotion practices as well, because I know that Lieutenant David, I forget his last name, John Oliver knows, but the recruiting lieutenant shared with us, right, the fact that, as we know, only 6% of the officers currently are African American, and even less are Southeast Asian, and only 93 women out of the entire sworn officer force, right? And so I'm wondering, the other piece that was really interesting for me was that the vast majority of police officers on the department do not live in the city of Fresno. They actually live in other communities. And so I think that part of the recruitment and the retention is about screening folks in. And this is for me where the systemic issues that we really need to look at the fact that, as we know and what data has shown, is that when having police officers on campus, they do cite and arrest students of color, specifically Black and brown young men, at higher rates. And what we also heard from recruiting lieutenant was that most of the time candidates where they don't proceed in the process is when they go to the background check, right? And so I'm wondering, what are some of the issues that are coming up in the background checks that are preventing folks, specifically folks of color, from joining the police department, right? Whether they're, I can imagine obviously serious offenses would not be anything that we should overlook, but definitely thinking about how we're setting our kids up to fail and how we're actually setting our kids up not to join the department, and which is why we have the department that is predominantly white officers, right? And I think that it's really important as we look at the hiring practices that we're looking at both how are we opting folks in, how are we making sure that we're opting folks that shouldn't be on our police department out, because we know that there's a very small percentage of quote unquote bad apples that are causing some serious harm. And at the same time, making sure that officers are invested in our community, because that is an economic, from my perspective, that is an economic point, right? Is the fact that wages that officers earn, right? If they live in our community, they're more likely to invest and spend in our community. And so are those dollars staying in our neighborhoods, or are they actually going to other communities and not creating a benefit or a return on investment for Fresnans?
Sandra, thank you. I agree with you completely. Thank you.
John Leal.
You're on mute, John.
Hey, real fast before John starts talking, I just want to say this. We delved very deep into the CIT, or the mental health component, and then the use of force came directly afterwards. We have not had much opportunity at all, if any, to discuss the recruitment, the training, the promotional process, the pathway to special units. We haven't discussed any of that. We haven't had the opportunity. So just for the sake of sparing you guys some time asking those particular questions, we don't have those answers yet. But we do know that it's extremely significant, and it really does help out with a lot of the other issues that we're facing with use of force, the bad apples, because we always want the sweetest apple from the tree, but we don't always get it. But maybe we just have to have a better process. So if we address those things in recruiting and retention, then maybe a lot of the other problems go away. But we haven't had the opportunity yet.
Hey, Scott.
Yeah, all right.
Just real quick, you guys mentioned it, and we didn't put it out verbally. The items that were outstanding, if you guys could go over those. I don't have the paper. I can't see it from my screen, but if you say that, it will fill a lot of questions people are asking, because that's in the direct vein of where our committee is headed.
Yeah, I'll just restate them real quickly. Police oversight, police hiring, evaluation and discipline, training, culture, domestic violence response, juvenile detention, and review of the canine policy, in addition to additional use of force, are items that remain to be addressed by our subcommission.
Okay, John.
Yeah, I want to make a couple of points and maybe a question. First of all, the idea that we are meeting as a commission, it's very important for us to hear from other committee members, other commissioners about our work, and hopefully we can then ask pertinent questions to drive further study, investigation, and work for each individual committee. I'm proud to be part of the Community Input, Community Engagement Committee, and I'd like to state that there is a task force put together by Dr. Carol Goldsmith in our community college district, State Center Community College District, with the Police Academy through Fresno City College. And I would hope that this committee then, if not the whole commission, would then have that reach out and then get information about how they are working toward the training aspect. And as far as a training and recruitment, I'd like to say that, I want to hear more about the other groups, ethnic groups that we represent in our area. I have been tracking personally the graduations that I've attended the past 8 years for Fresno City College Police Academy, Fire Academy to the side as well, but the Police Academy, looking at the numbers of women, looking at the numbers of African Americans and Asians and Latinos. So I just want to focus in on and invite this particular committee to not only look at the task force recommendations from Dr. Goldsmith's group, but also look at the data with regards to other minorities. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Hey, I don't have you on my screen, Randy, but my co-chair just told me you got your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to agree with Keisha. I did police work for 29 and a half years. And you have to start with them young, because how they screen out African Americans and other minorities in the process is through their credit rating, their psychological, and their backgrounds. And if you have bad credit, so everything we deal with right now with minorities, because we don't understand credit and how credit works, but they hold that against them. So we have to start in middle school and work with them through high school into the junior colleges in order to make this really work. It's got to be a commitment on the community to start them as young as possible, so they don't get into all those issues that will get them wiped out in the background process. That's all.
Thank you, Randy.
All right, Gloria.
Yeah, Bruce, Rudd, you were at a meeting when we were at a table after a shooting of Miguel Torres Mejia, and Mai Somervu raised a question about how many people of color were on the police force, and Dyer responded, they can't pass the background check. So I read an interview of Dyer recently where he forgives people up to 2 or 3 times. So I like the same to be applied here. So when we go into those discussions, we should be able to forgive some people and allow them into being police officers, especially that profiling that happened in the past by Dyer's administration. And also just a sidekick, a lot of times it's not just the white officers that kill people or abuse people. It's the blue lives. So when we look at the academy, like John Leal was talking about, we need to look at the change of mindset and how we train the future officers. And in fact, the present officers. We should treat people all like our clients, my clients, with respect and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria.
Genoveva?
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. So, you know, I think that the premise of this committee was for us to reimagine what law enforcement could look like. And I want to respond to sort of comments about these pipelines of opportunity in terms of increasing our law enforcement presence that is more reflective of our community. And I think that's right and that's just. But I think we also have to understand the consequence of what is happening now. And what is happening now because of the presence of law enforcement on our campuses is that we are seeing a disproportional engagement and disadvantage to Black and Brown youth in particular. And I would say that are some of the background factors that have eliminated them from being able to be in qualified employment opportunities, right? And so as we're thinking about what we could reimagine, I don't want those career technical education pathways to just be about law enforcement. I want them to be about prevention. I want to be about how we're growing healers in our community, those counselors that are needed, the opportunities to have peer educators that also help to decrease the amount of violence and crime that is on our campuses. And so I also just want to say that if you do look at the data of the disproportionality, you're also seeing a very limited referrals into restorative justice processes, that there is more court referrals and results in sort of felonies and misdemeanors than resolution, right? And so, you know, as a school board member, as someone that does want to see the impact on our youth changed, again, I think that there is a real opportunity to do greater investments in restorative justice opportunities, greater investments into careers and pathways that actually focus on prevention and wellness in our community, and not just law enforcement, right? And once we're having to deal with crime and violence in our community, like I'd love to see us looking more at prevention. And then I think on the subject of how we are creating a workforce that is more reflective of our population, I want us to also keep in mind that we have a very diverse community and that a very large segment of our community are foreign born. They are immigrants and they are refugees. And so that beyond just sort of ethnic and gender and language, that there should be also some reflection about those officers giving opportunity to those individuals from immigrant and refugee communities to also protect and serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Viva. Thank you.
Brandon? Pastor Kreiner?
Thank you, Brother Chair. Scott, my question is, I believe you said you haven't got to the mental health evaluation kind of portion of what the policy and procedures calls for. But my question to you is, will there be an in-depth look at not just when there's an officer involved shooting, but I would really, really love for officers, not when they are being groomed or in training, but the duration of their tenure to have constant mental health screenings. Because even if they're not involved in a shooting, just an incident, a traffic stop, maybe their previous experience with a certain race or certain side of town can cause them to have a bias feeling towards a certain race of people, whether it's unconscious, whether it's conscious, whether explicit or implicit, right? And that could lead to a serious incident, such as what we saw yesterday in Wisconsin, right? It kind of seems like that whole "I fear for my life" thing is more than just a weapon. It could be culture, it could be a color. And so a constant, everyday, maybe once a quarter, every month, kind of mental screening, if dollars can be allocated in those areas, in my personal opinion, Scott, would be important. So I guess it's more of a comment or suggestion, if we can really kind of look into what that 600 or so odd document would kind of show regarding that. That'd be great. Thank you, brother.
DJ, thank you, man. Gloria queued up her camera on that. And she was applauding your comment there. Compassion fatigue, secondary trauma, and early identification of these issues is something we've been talking about in our subcommittee, and we're hoping to make differences, recommendations to have those issues addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott, and to your committee. I applaud you guys. Keep up the good work.
Brandon, are you on mute trying to talk? I see you. Okay, maybe not.
Am I on?
Okay, now you're on, yeah.
You called me Brandon?
Yeah, you had your hand raised?
Yes, I had a question. It seems, I know we're talking a lot about training and tactics, but I guess my question falls into, once someone falls into the police force, is there anything that goes on afterwards, maybe where they maintain the, social media, their profile, who they are personally, or looking to anything personally? I think about that. I live next door to a sheriff, and I look in his garage, and there's a big Confederate flag sitting in there. And so it always makes me think twice to myself, like, how am I going to have a fair chance if he's pulling people over, or if he's interacting with the public, that he's going to look at all colors very fairly? And so that's why I was wondering if there's anything that goes on. Maybe they have a clean background, they come into the force, but the question, I guess, just comes on to, after they enter the force, is there anything that continues to look into the lives of the police officers, or anything in that matter?
Yeah, Brandon, we've had some discussions on the issues that you are describing, and as commission members, these are issues that I find to be very concerning. The Dukes of Hazzard is no longer a popular TV show, and the Confederate flag is not an acceptable symbol anymore. Those issues should be identified and ferreted out, and I speak for myself. We've had preliminary discussions in our subcommittee about it, but yeah, I only speak for myself here. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
DeAngelique?
Sorry, I just had one more question to ask, or I guess just one more statement. Even though I've already explicitly said it, I just want to make sure I'm giving it its proper time. Just when talking about police brutality and how it relates to those affected by sexual assault and harassment, as well as by human trafficking, and knowing that we have specific officers who are put on rotation to deal with cases of such. I don't know if anybody here is aware, but right now there is a young woman on the campus of Fresno State who is really fighting to make sexual assault, to make everybody aware of sexual assault and how it's affecting our Greek life. But through her stories, she's really brought it to the forefront, the way that Fresno Police Department's sexual assault officers have handled the case, and where she had a rape kit that was not fully processed. And she says that she was told by officers handling her case that they were not going to fully process her kit because of the way that she was dressing and showing herself on social media meant that she warranted anything that came her way. I've also been told another personal account of a young woman who was completely violated by police officers doing a quote unquote stop and frisk of the young woman, who then followed up by asking her what color handcuffs she would like, and things of that nature. So once again, this is definitely something that goes along with the issues of police brutality that we are not talking about. Given if we're talking about those officers being low on rotation or not having a lot of people to cover or not even being qualified to handle these cases, it's something that I really hope that this commission can take time to talk about, especially when we're talking about these tactics and training that they're being put through in the qualification, because that's a clear violation and an abuse of power. And given the public comments that have been made explicitly about Jerry Dyer, I think that it's more important than ever to make sure that this is not something that's happening at the top, the bottom, or the middle, and that we're doing our due diligence as commissioners to make sure that we're looking at this and seeing how it is being affected. And doing research on the special task force, I wasn't able to find one explicitly to that, only like a statement saying that it was something that they worked for. They also had something where they actually highlight people who they believe are engaging in sex work, but they really don't have anything else outside of that. So it comes off as a way to really damage the image and the representation of people who may have been forced into human trafficking, but has no accountability for the officers and naming them, their qualifications or anything like that, or the abusers. So Mr. Bailey, I really hope this is something that you all will consider looking in over the next few weeks.
Thank you, as always, to Angelique for your comments and contributions.
All right. I feel like I missed a hand raise. Did somebody else want to make a comment to Scott and Ron?
No, I think we've got it covered. I just I feel bad that we don't have the opportunity to address some of the things that some of the folks are concerned with in regards to recruiting, retention, and things of that sort. We're also going to delve into the disciplinary process. So a lot of those things that you guys are mentioning, we just simply haven't gotten to yet, but they're definitely on our agenda.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you, Ron.
Greg?
Thank you, Oliver. I just wanted to, someone mentioned earlier the work is being done with the task force with the police academy. I happen to sit on that task force and we're pretty much wrapping up our work. I think our last meeting is scheduled for later this week, and I'll be happy to bring that information back to the commission and share it with you all. I can tell you that there's been a tremendous emphasis on improving the curriculum and adding to the instruction that's already going on, specifically in the areas of, excuse me, more instruction on implicit bias and mindful policing, and the idea of incorporating the Museum of Tolerance in Southern California as part of the training curriculum for Police Academy cadets here in Fresno. So there's a lot of positive input and some really exciting changes are in store for the Police Academy that I think will speak towards what we're trying to get to in this commission as well.
No, that's great, Greg. I think if we could, we may, along with the police chief thing, search, have that a part of our next general commission meeting, where you may be able to offer some updates and insights into that. Because I do think that the work that they did that you all did on that committee is tangentially related to the work that we're doing here for sure.
Greg, when you go on Friday, can you also raise the issues that were brought to my attention this week by a woman that does U visas? She tells me the police use children as interpreters when there's domestic violence involved. She also told me that the women have reported that the police have also told them that if they call one more time, both of them are going to jail. So people aren't calling anymore. So if you're going to deal with it at the academic, that's the time to address it too. Appropriate language, interpreters usage, and don't use children who are already suffering the crisis and witnessing the trauma, and then using them as interpreters is so wrong. Thank you, Greg.
You're welcome.
All right, we're gonna thank you, Scott and Ron. You know, you seems like people had many more comments instead of questions per se to our subcommittee. So I know that you all probably took down a lot of notes of topics that, you know, some we'll be able to get to, some we won't. But certainly, you know, certainly no shortage of ideas. But again, you know, just reminding the commission, this is what I wanted people to have the ability to do. The commissioners don't get a chance to act with the various subcommittees very often. And I know all of the commissioners are thinking about all of the subject matter, even though they may be in a specific subcommittee. So giving them this time to interact with the chairs was important today. So thank you guys. Our final presentation tonight is our community development subcommittee. And I know that they've been working very hard. I know that they got off to a bit of a rocky start, mainly due to me, and I'm going to take some blame for that. I think that this particular committee, you know, I had in mind to really, you know, reimagine and re-envision what community safety is. You know, this was supposed to be the committee that's far-reaching and really go expand beyond just the idea of policing in communities, right? I wanted them to go beyond it. And it's a concept I have in my head that I probably could have done a better job of explaining to the subcommittee, but I now know that they are well on track. I know we have some professional staff support for them. So I am very, very excited about what's going to come out of the work of this committee. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Aaron Foster, the committee chair. Aaron, if you're talking, you're on mute. Aaron? I don't think we can hear you. But you don't seem to be muted, but we can't hear you. You know, we can't. Can anyone else hear Aaron, or is it just me? Okay, good. I didn't think so. Aaron, we can't hear you. I'm assuming your connection is bad. Not if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, we can't hear you. And that's happened to me a number of times in Zoom, unfortunately. Sometimes the connection goes bad. I'm gonna probably recommend, I don't know, if we can't hear you, we still want to get an idea of your committee's work. Is there maybe another, and Aaron, why don't you try to hang up and call back in, but in the meantime.
I can do it, this is Sabrina.
Okay, great. I'm just gonna see if another committee member can do it. Thanks, Sabrina.
Yeah, so the purpose of our subcommittee, as Oliver mentioned, was to expand the definition of public safety beyond law enforcement and include options for community investments that support life-affirming programs like parks and programs that directly impact public safety. So some examples of that are, the Advanced Peace Program, neighborhood parks, community centers, investments in community-based organizations that do work to support marginalized families and individuals, and also invest in some community development efforts that make the community safe. So some of our objectives were, number one, to do some research that would inform the development of evidence-based recommendations and look at evidence-based strategies that are already in place in other cities that would help us start to develop research themes. So our phase one included preliminary research, looking at secondary research, and then also inviting subject matter experts to our committee meetings. And we use the subject matter experts to come in and give us, help us to build our own collective expertise, but also provide some recommendations from their purview, from their professional view. And so we use the data and the information from our virtual roundtables, we call them, to develop some themes for our recommendation. And our research findings were categorized into 7 recommendations that include a focus on both long-term and immediate needs to help facilitate a holistic approach to investing in alternative public safety models. We also couch these research findings in a social ecological framework because we thought it was really important to have a theoretical framework that we can point to as an intervention strategy. For example, the social ecological model looks at the interrelational, influences of both the community, the police, the environment, education. So it is a holistic approach that takes into account multiple levels of influence and intervention. So our research findings fell into 7 categories that we used to build our recommendation. And the first category is mental health and homeless response. Our recommendation there was that, like you all, we agree that police should not be dispatched for calls relating to mental health or behavior issues. We know that there is the CIT in place, and we also know that that contract expires in 2020. And our recommendation was that, and I'm just, verbatim reading, I'm not going to read all of the language here because you can see it and read through it at your leisure. But our recommendation is for the city to develop a task force that could make a recommendation for expanding this to a public health model, or public safety model that uses an evidence-based strategy that brings in alternative response team like mental health experts and social workers, rather than having police respond to mental health calls. Our other recommendation in this category, and I can say that each category has up to 4 recommendations. So for the sake of time, I'm not going to read all of them, but I think the third recommendation in the first category, which is response to mental health calls, is that we, if possible, if there are funding available, invest in critical bed space for behavior and treatment facilities for juveniles and adults who are deemed 5150, or if there's a call that we can have resources to house these individuals. There were some reports by the community that individuals who had 5150 calls were transported to other cities, who had beds as far as Sacramento. And then when these individuals are released, they're released into a different city and not even their hometown. So we really need an expansion of bed space. The other findings I'm going to include, and then I hear Aaron back on the call, so I may be able to turn this over to him, but just really quickly, our other recommendations was number 2, to invest in parks, green spaces, play areas, and recreational activities. Number 3, invest in youth health and opportunity. Number 4, invest in equitable opportunity. And this is the theme that came up several times tonight. Also, number 5, invest in schools and education support. Number 6, integrated public safety model. And we had an example of the Sunnyvale Police Department that provided a great overview of a public safety approach. And then number 7 was invest in restorative justice. So as I mentioned, we have recommendations, up to 3 or 4 recommendations per category. And I just want to pause here because I hear Aaron. Aaron, are you on the call? Do you want to continue on with this?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Nope. That was it. So I wanted to go through the categories and let them know what we were doing and what we came up with so far. And I know that within the next, with the extension, that we'll come up with more things. Excuse me, I got children running around. It's dinner time. But that was pretty much it. You went through all of the talking points that I had chose already. And I wanted to make it short and give people questions that wanted to ask questions, time to ask these questions because of the time that we have. We've been on here for almost 4 hours. So I was going to make it short and sweet.
Okay, so you don't have anything more to add from Sabrina's, or what Sabrina covered, Aaron?
That's it. She went over all the talking points. I was going to hit the high spots, let them know what we were doing, how we were getting it done, and that was it.
Okay, Asante, I see you have your hand raised.
I do, thank you. So I think I wanted to mention a few things. So I think the first one is really just be transparent about us as a subcommittee, not necessarily agreeing on all of the recommendations, right? Or really having that consensus as a subcommittee. So I think I really just wanted to name that, right? Just so that people know about that. Because I think consensus is really important. And I think bringing recommendations, right, forward in a consensus process in a committee like this is important. The other thing I also wanted to thank Council President Arias for mentioning, right, of like dreaming really big, which I think will be really helpful for our committee specifically. And then also the point of not necessarily thinking about the implementation, right? And like how much money will be going into some of these ideas of really dreaming big. And I think I also really wanted to elevate the comment that Efrain made earlier, right? How do we, so also in the spirit of transparency, a lot of the folks that have been brought as experts have been folks that have been like, you know, police department models from other police departments. So I think I also just want to name, right, like the need to also listen to community. And even I think just like in our whole commission, also talk to families, right, that have had family members like really murdered by our police department as well. I think that's important. And I think that also echoes some of the public comments that have been coming forward from the last meeting and this meeting. And I think I say this not to be confrontational, but really to bring in another perspective. And then also, you know, yeah, I think it was helpful just hearing this idea of really like bringing these like big, bold ideas, right, to council, at least for myself, because really we know there's going to be some things that are going to be taken off of that, right? So why should we be limiting ourselves in our recommendations? Thank you.
All right.
Oliver, this is Sabrina again. Oh, sorry.
Well, Gloria, were you raising your hand, Gloria? Like, yeah, okay. You had a question?
Yes, I'm concerned about that question of the recommendation about beds, bringing beds. It took us 15 years to open up 18 beds for youth from 12 to 17. And that's acute psychiatric beds. I mean, we're talking a lot of money and we could not fill them. We had to contract with Stanislaus, Tulare County, Madera County, because we could not fill those 18 beds. So that's concerning that recommendations are being made without really taking into account what it takes to open up beds in, you know, acute psychiatric beds. So I don't know who they talk to, but I'd be willing to answer questions. I was on that task force, the regional, try to open up the beds. So that's a concern. The other concern is that I understand some of the committee members were not supportive of some of these recommendations, and they weren't actually on the list that I saw, because this is the first time I heard beds. When I looked at the recommendations this afternoon, I didn't see anything about beds. So is that new? Are we inventing?
No, it is not new, and it has been on the recommendations. And just to be clear, when we invited subject matter experts, we invited mental health experts. Dr. Curry was on our call, and this came up in more than one of our conversations. So each of the recommendations were worked on by a smaller committee group. And to your point about participation, we all agreed through a democratic process that we don't have to agree. We need to get the recommendations completed. But one thing about working with a large group of people, you will not always see eye to eye. You won't always agree, but you agree to move forward. And it is not this or that, it's yes and. Yes, we have some challenges as a committee. I'm sure you all do as well. Yes, we have some challenges with making sure that this is an equitable approach, but we're using data, we're using subject matter expertise to develop these. And we even our committee members presented. Ashley presented on Friday and brought in our social ecological model, which I thought was a great addition by adding a theoretical framework to our recommendations. So investment in critical bed space for folks who are either put in jail because there's no bed space for mentally ill individuals is not a irresponsible investment. It's an investment that's looking at, how does law enforcement respond to mental health calls and what are the resources available? And the other point is that I want to make, when we were looking at recommendations, we were looking at what does the city as a municipality, what is the city responsible for, and what services can they offer under their purview as a city government? And I think that's important when you're looking at strategies that, may fall outside of what the city can do or accomplish. Not saying that, they're limited because of their capacity or subject matter expert. It just does not fall under the umbrella of what a city municipality can deliver. So the recommendations, and I'm just gonna go take some time to just go through all of these, just so you understand the breadth and the depth of work that took place with some of these categories. So back under law enforcement and response to mental health calls, one of the recommendations, as I mentioned before, was for the committee to, for the city to expand CIT services by looking at the contract that expires in 2020 and creating a subcommittee that can, number one, look at potentially the use of deadly force with mentally challenged individuals and improve some outcomes. So, we took an evidence-based approach by looking at other models from other cities and made these recommendations. The second recommendation was that we agreed with American Ambulance and their concept and their approach and their training to respond to individuals with behavioral health needs. And in lieu of law enforcement, replace law enforcement response with emergency response staff that's trained and that has more hours of training than police officers, but also not only that they get special training, but they get access to write institutional codes like the 5150 hold, which is now primarily reserved for police. So we're looking at a holistic approach, not just policy intervention, but also if we're going to really help police respond to mental health crisis, make sure that resources are there. The second recommendation falls under investments of parks, green spaces, and recreation activities. And those recommendations, number one, encourage the city to explore joint use agreements so that we can use existing resources like schools during non-school hours. And then that the city invest in relationship building activities like block parties, farmers markets, things of that nature, which is something that, the police department already does, but expanding that. And then under youth health and opportunity, we're still working on that piece. Under equitable opportunity, we really take a deep dive into this section and highlight some recommendations around the city creating a poverty action plan that includes supporting disadvantaged youth, designing effective mentoring programs, addressing academic barriers to higher education, expanding apprenticeship opportunities, expanding summer youth employment opportunities, and improving opportunities for disadvantaged workers, hard to employ individuals like ex-offenders who have no skills to compete in the current labor market. So the recommendations number in category 5 under school education and support address the policing and schools issues with SROs. And this is something that we talked about extensively because, we know there's two sides to this issue where teachers have challenges in schools. And I think if Keisha's on the line, she could really speak to this because she lives this every day. But we're talking about here with our recommendations to minimize the presence of police officers on campus and, maybe have in Keisha's words, a softer approach by having, Keisha, are you trying to talk?
Yeah, I can jump in, Sabrina.
Sure.
So it's really important that we phase out our police officers, our SROs. But what we would like to do before that can happen is give them a softer approach, give them a softer look. We would like them to be in street clothes or their police polos, shorts, jeans. We don't want them walking around in their combat uniform. They don't need to be in uniform on campuses with our kids. With that in mind, we also need to strengthen our restorative practices. What happened was Fresno Unified, and you guys know I call things what they are. They took a cookie cutter approach, and what they did with restorative justice is they pulled out the pieces that they wanted to use, and that has not been effective. They needed to adopt the entire program. So that has yet to be done, but it is a conversation. It is something that's going to happen in the near future. So we're working on that. But all in all, I have police officers that can come and stand and say that they love being there. But I also have kids that say, you know, Miss Thomas, I wish they weren't here. But I have myself, who has been a teacher and administrator, who have actually been on both sides. So I can truly understand how everybody in this space feels, not to mention our African-American boys are targeted the most. So with that being said, we are trying to figure out a way where we can leverage both parties. However, our police officers who enjoy being on those campuses, they aren't assigned to those campuses, which is what most people think. They choose to be there. They are really worried right now about whether or not they'll have their jobs with their kids. And I'm going to speak to something that somebody else said earlier in the call. I have officers that go to homes and take food. I have officers that take kids to the doctor because they don't have another way to get there. I have officers who go into the community and try to make daily or monthly activities with the students at different campuses. So, you know, it's not all bad. So we're trying to find a middle ground where both parties can find an easy way to make everything happy, especially for our kids. It has nothing to do with us as adults. It really has to do with kids. Okay, Sabrina, go ahead.
So I would like to.
Thanks, Keisha. And I just want to say that our remaining two recommendations, number 6 focuses on improving public safety and community trust by looking at a different service model for law enforcement. We had a presentation by the Sunnyvale Department of Public Safety, and they got a model that includes both police, fire, and emergency response under one umbrella, and they're all equally trained to be able to respond to all. We're not saying that we need to adopt this model. We're saying to accomplish the goal of improving public safety and building community trust, if we could look at a similar model or establish a task force to determine the viability of establishing a public safety model and what that would look like for Fresno, would be a step in the right direction for improving public safety and building community trust. And then the 7th area of research was around restorative justice, and we invited the Community Justice Center to present. And just let me pause here to say that not all of our presenters were equally embraced by all of our committee members. However, every committee member did have the opportunity to recommend speakers and to fill out a form for speakers. And what I think that we were able to accomplish is bringing in subject matter experts that really helped us along to get our draft recommendations fleshed out. We still have more work to do, but we've got a great framework to start from that includes 7 key research areas and recommendations that really focus on a holistic social ecological approach of addressing police brutality. So I'll hand it back over to Aaron.
Thank you. And as the chair, with all of these recommendations, I can say that we had competitive, strong people in the building that had great ideas, and all of them that weren't agreed on. I really agree. But my job, what I was trying to make sure that we all did was not forget what we were doing and who we were doing it for, because we have this great opportunity to do something great for our community. And if we win, our community wins. And if we fail, the community fails. So I kept reminding us of what we're doing, even in silos. I would talk to people individually to make sure that we came in with our whole hearts, our whole mind, and be open to something that just may work. So that's the biggest part of it. Just staying focused on what we're doing and why we're doing it was the biggest thing. And it was some tension at times, but at the end, in these next 30 days, I'm sure that we'll work together to come up with something because we're focused on what and why we're doing. I can't hear you, Oliver.
Yeah, I muted myself. No, thanks for that. I just wanted to make a couple comments because I heard a couple folks mention about the disagreements in the committee. I think every committee had that, so I don't want folks to be too shocked that there were disagreeing opinions on recommendations. You know, our committee even had minority recommendations that came with it. So I think the tension was a natural part of the process. So I don't want us to get too bogged down in that per se, because it's relatively natural when you have competing ideas for not everyone to agree. Hopefully, what I'm hopeful of is that you got consensus on most of, on all the recommendations that you put forward. And consensus certainly doesn't mean 100%. I know we didn't have that on our committee, but I wanted to make that clear, because I heard a couple of people have mentioned it now, but I don't think that was uncommon for the process from talking to all of the various committee chairs. You have a number of hands raised, Aaron, so I'm going to start getting through some of your questions. And Mariah's up first.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I have a couple questions or comments. I was discouraged to hear that there are folks that were feeling like their voices were not represented, or that the process did not feel entirely inclusive of everybody in the subcommittee. I can personally attest to being in a contentious situation in my subcommittee. I think that myself and another member of the subcommittee have butted heads a lot. And so I understand what it is like to be someone who is in disagreement with another person. But I think that, what we did was we used a model where the majority of folks had a recommendation, but then when there were objections to that recommendation, those were stated so that there was a minority recommendation or a minority opinion. And in that way, we were able to both put forward what was, maybe the most, most supported or most popular opinion, but then folks that were not part of that or did not agree or had a different take were not entirely left out of that process. So we never got to hear what their point of view was. So I would be very interested in seeing an updated version of the recommendations that had some of the minority opinions in it, because I'm very interested in seeing what folks had to say that is not included in these recommendations.
Okay, go ahead.
My second comment was that in regards to the recommendation of using ambulance services for mental health calls, we talked a lot about different models on our committee. I was on the tactics committee for dealing with mental health crisis response, and Gloria Hernandez has colleagues that are mental health professionals who actually just put together a very timely, extremely comprehensive, over 100-page report about non-police interventions in mental health crises, comparing different models and making recommendations for best practices. And they recommended against using ambulance services for a number of reasons. So I really like the recommendation that we've now heard from multiple committees, including the committee I was on, to create a task force to evaluate the different options. And I'm hoping that task force can review some of the policies that those experts put in their report. But just generally speaking, I'm a little bit concerned about the reliance on ambulatory services. My third comment was that I'm concerned about when I was hearing some comments about police on campus being good because they can engage in behavior that's really positive, such as driving children to doctor's appointments and acting as accompaniment to them. That's really not the role of a police officer. And I feel that role could be much more productively replaced by perhaps a social worker or just an advocate of some kind that was not a police officer. My personal preference is to eliminate police from schools entirely, not phase them out with conditions. That's just my personal opinion. But I did want to say that, you know, I think that in rethinking what the place of police in our community, that thinking of things like, you know, that it's positive for police to be driving kids to doctor's appointments. I think that doesn't really rethink the role of what police are supposed to be doing in our community, right? There's a lot of other non-police folks that could do that and that don't need to be trained as law enforcement. And then my last is a question in relation to the poverty action plan. I wanted to hear a little bit more about that and if that is based on other models from other jurisdictions, and if those models are available for review, or just to hear a little bit more about it in general, because there's a summary, but I'd like to hear about it fleshed out a little bit more if there are those details right now. I recognize that these are very high level recommendations, so if there's no details, that's also fine. Thanks.
Okay, well, you have 4 good questions. First, with inclusion and being felt like your voice didn't have a voice, I want to address that because every last one of these recommendations came from different people, and everyone on this particular board had the opportunity to put whatever they wanted on here because we understood that some of these things may come off and we may add to this list. So we had that full understanding. So anyone that had anything that they wanted to put on this board, on these recommendations, they had the opportunity to work on it. So if anyone felt that their voice wasn't being heard, they still had the opportunity to make recommendations. The second thing, with the police taking people to doctor's appointment, I think they did that voluntarily after hours, but what we came to the conclusion was we had contractual restraints. We say that police can not can break the contract or they don't have to accept it or whatever, but as of now, they still exist and there's nothing that we can do as a committee to make them break the contract or uphold it. So we were like, our hands were bound. So we would try to come up with solutions that we can do today to get them out until those contracts were broken. I don't remember the last one. The last thing about the, what was it, equity, poverty, what was the last
About
question that you had?
Poverty, I wanted some more information about the poverty action plan and if that's based on a model from other jurisdictions or if there's other details available about what you're envisioning with that.
Yeah, so at this moment, we don't have any details to present because we have to work on all of these things. Because again, we had such a short time to get it together because we had to figure out what we were really doing. But once we got a hold of it, we did the research from the people that presented and took pieces from that and tried to build from it. So we have to keep building. And again, we're gonna input and extract from this list, I'm sure.
Hey, and would I be speaking out of turn? Do we have more hands up?
Yeah, we have quite a few.
Okay.
So just press the raise hand button and I'll get to you. I'm gonna try to get to everybody in order here because everybody's been real patient with wanting to make some remarks. Ashley Ross.
I just want to be clear that it doesn't sound like the recommendations that I'm hearing were the last version that we saw, and we certainly didn't have consensus. So it sounds like the recommendations changed again after we had looked at them last. And so I'm pretty uncomfortable with the way in which this is moving, and I just want that to be on the record.
So I'll go on the record and say that this is the last recommendation, all 7 of them, even with the one that was edited by you. I put it back because I didn't think that it was a democratic process and no one, not even myself, should be able to add to or take away without the consensus of the whole group. So the whole group came up with these 7. We agreed on them before we presented them.
Well, so here's the thing, and I think I'm gonna chat with you all offline about your process. It sounds like there's some confusion about consensus or not. And instead of having this discussion about a subcommittee arriving at consensus in a full commission meeting, I'll be at you all's next subcommittee meeting, and we can discuss in more detail about how you all came to consensus and how the recommendations were put together. Efrain?
Yeah, so apart from what you just stated about that needing to be addressed, I just want to state that I hope that this committee is not closely tied to the recommendation about putting police officers on a dress code. And I think I'm the third person to say it on this call about dreaming big. That's not necessarily dreaming big, putting police officers on a dress code. So I would encourage this committee to continue to engage in those conversations about police on campus. For me, the stories of young people who have been suspended, expelled, arrested on campus, who now can't get a job because they were arrested on campus, outweighs the small little deeds that officers may or may not do on the job on campuses. So I just want to emphasize that piece to it. And also for the folks who are on that commission of the police academy, I'm sure they would agree that the police department doesn't do any intensive training when it comes to engaging with young people. So I can't wrap my mind around the idea of forcing police officers to add something else on their plate and expect them to be mentors or expect them to do whatever they do in the schools, when we have folks in the community who are experts and professionals in this field of working with youth, but when they express these concerns, they're always just put to the side and not listened to. So those are my reasons as to why I hope that this committee continues to engage in change that's bigger than just a dress code when it comes to the SROs on campus. Thank you.
Thanks. Sandra? And real quick, Efrain, I can't remember if you had a question and if the chair or someone from, I apologize. Did you have a question that need to be answered by the chair of any committee members?
No, just a recommendation for that.
Okay.
Big recommendation.
Okay. Okay, so I'll move on. I think we had Sandra was up next.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I agree with most of the comments that have been made. I definitely appreciate the socio-ecological framework, and I think that definitely calls for a more of a focus on prevention, harm reduction, and restorative justice practices. I think the other piece that I would highlight is community safety partnerships. And so I think I'm sure the committee probably looked already at the fact that the Albuquerque, New Mexico, right, the city is looking at implementing a public safety department to address social issues that is outside of the police department, right? I think, I would also really just challenge this committee to think beyond like current limitations. Charter amendments are possible, right? Ballot initiatives are possible. And I think that I would really suggest to really stir away from adding additional job functions to police officers when we're really thinking about reframing what police officers do. I think that, it's great to hear that folks are interested in mentoring young folks and counseling. And I think that if that's really their calling, then they should become social workers, right? Just like if they want to play basketball with kids, they should become recreation specialists and work at our parks department, right? So there is a job out there that really meets their calling, and that's and I think from a budgetary standpoint, it is also not the best use of resources to have a highly paid officer, right, doing things that a social worker really should do. I think I really wanted to comment specifically on parks, because you all know that I love parks, and the fact that I definitely think that the adequately funding the parks department would enable for after school and recreational activities to be available in neighborhoods, as opposed to hosting special outdoor events or special gathering events. And I think that that is really more sustainable beyond thinking about kind of one-off or block party activities, and that really should be a function of the parks department. I think that if we look at the history of funding in our city, the Parks Department has been slashed by over 52% over the last 10 years. And at the same time, the police department really hasn't had a huge loss of revenue. The loss of revenue that they did have in 2008 has pretty much been made whole. And so I think that we really need to think more broadly in terms of community development and community safety. I really appreciate, right, the recommendation around joint use. And so I would say that that would be an expansion of the fact that the city of Fresno already engages in some joint use conversations. But again, that's a short-term solution to a long-term problem that really is more about addressing the lack of amenities, specifically in the South, and the lack of access to quality green space. And in reality, I would look at why the Fresno Police Association and our former chief actually opposed an investment in green space and an investment in youth job opportunities and an investment in really changing the trajectory of our parks department. To me, that's really the long-term conversation that we really should be having, and not adding to our police officers, becoming rec specialists. But I really do appreciate the conversation around mental health, and that it really should be more about thinking about mental health response beyond police officers. And that's where I would look at forming a different department that doesn't rely on police officers or even engage in police. And that's more of a community safety partnership. So I read some of that in your recommendations, and I would really encourage the continued conversation. But I think these are, it's a good first start. And I look forward to seeing, the dream really come into fruition in the next couple of meetings. So thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. DeAngelique.
Hi, I just once again wanted to echo the comments that have been made, especially by my vice chair, Efrain. I don't think that putting police officers in a dress code to make them appear more friendly when they are literally trained to kill on command is wise and or a thing that we should be doing. In fact, it comes off as a slap in the face to every K through 12th grader that is within Fresno Unified in any school district. We know for a fact, at least I know through my studies at Fresno State in the psychology department, that there's usually on average one school psychologist on site per campus. And they have the job of being able to study every kid in that entire school to watch for things like active shooters or depression. But the thing with school psychologists is they're trained to do research. They're not necessarily trained to do the counseling. So I feel like when we're talking about where we can better invest those resources, we could be looking at actual, increasing the amount of high school counselors, given that 97% of Black students in any grade that you look at that is eligible to take a readiness test, 97% are not even meeting the achievement standard. That means 3% are at the standard or above the standard. That is not something that we should be pushing for. I think in addition, on top of that, when we're looking at, other forms of counseling like actual therapists, right? Those are things that we could be including, and they could help those kids with issues that they're dealing with at home and helping them to walk through the PTSD and the trauma, especially when we're talking about how Black children and children of color living in low-income communities, if your issue is talking about gang violence and retaliation, they're struggling with PTSD that an officer is only going to elevate on that campus. So we don't need to make them appeal to come off as being more friendly because that's not their job. Their job on a campus is to scare children into acting the right way. Maybe we could also be convincing our school districts to increase pay for their teachers, right? Taking that money away from the budget that we've allocated to pay for Fresno police officers, we could turn that around and invest in more school supplies, or give our teachers who are currently having to teach in a pandemic where we know children are really acting out of pocket and distance learning may not be effective. Maybe we should give them a pay increase, right? Instead of giving police officers more of a reason to be there, and especially more of a reason to be able to terrorize our children without being able to put a face to the badge. You know what I mean? Like if the badge isn't visible, if they're there dressed as another teacher, then how is that child supposed to be able to actively go to somebody who looks and is dressed just like that officer and say, hey, I don't feel safe? They already don't feel safe telling us the issues. So I really strongly encourage and would love to attend a community development meeting to even further voice this and talk about this to a greater extent, because it's just not okay, that recommendation alone. And especially hearing that you have some of your committee members saying that they feel their recommendations have been completely removed. If that's the case or not, there's a clear display of miscommunication that I feel we as a commission should take the time to address, because nobody should feel like that here at all. And so I am frustrated alongside you, Ashley, and anyone else who has expressed their frustrations. I think as a group, we need to do better overall. So with that, that's the end of my comment.
Well, and just so I can be clear, just because I don't want to keep hearing the same comments unless we absolutely have to. I'm going to talk with the subcommittee, and it's not a full commission discussion. It is a discussion that I'll talk with the subcommittee about and figure out where the breakdown in communication has occurred, and we'll get the problem fixed for next time around. So,
okay, if I could just make something clear, no one was out. No submission was taken off. When I made that comment, that was to actually drew a line through one of the submissions, and I went and I corrected it because I'm totally in opposition of police on campus. But democratically, after I heard the reason why we couldn't take them off, it wasn't for me as an individual to say that you can't do X, Y, or Z. So in respect to everyone's recommendation, that's just what we put up here for now, and we have to work through it. But we have to do it democratically, so no one should be able to remove anything. I made that clear. That's what I said when I said that even the one that actually removed, I put it back and asked no one to edit it as the chair without speaking to me, because I want a democratic process and I want our community to benefit in the best way, period. So when it comes to these things, when they ask, we should have somebody who was impacted by a death. My cousin was killed, and I'm in the neighborhood every day. So I'm more nervous of not creating something that's gonna work for our community than I am with pleasing every individual. I really want this thing to work, and I want us to stay focused on what we're doing. So just because we didn't agree at this point, we have to remember that we got a late start. We had to throw something up really quick and then work on it with this extension. So that's where we're on right now. We have to figure out what's the best fit for our community, because these are the people who need us the most. And that's where I am as the chair. And that's what I'm reminding everybody in this group, that we make sure that we don't critique each other out of to be discouraged. As far as all of us go, we all have a strong voice and we can come up with something brilliant if given the opportunity. But the first thing we have to do is work together. And that's the hardest thing. Us working together is what we have to do, because our community is dependent on us. And I'm saying that from my heart, y'all. I actually know the people who I'm working for. And that's why I have so much passion for this seat and happy to be on this particular board. I want this thing to work, and it's very necessary. So when it comes to PTSD, that's the thing that I brought, because I know that I would say 99% of the people that I know are experiencing PTSD, but don't even know it. And these resources and the people that you say that are on campus, we don't know nothing about them. So just because they're available, we have to let people know that they are. And that's one of the things that I think is really important for us to do.
all right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ray, Eddie?
Real quick, I just want to say job well done to Aaron and Sabrina. I thought you guys brought up excellent points, and I really want to thank Keisha because she brought up an excellent point. And it's very hard subject matter because it goes back in its inception to that of mental health. You know, cops didn't ask to be on campus. It came about through our history. School shootings have been going on since the early 1700s. But in the late 90s, it became a thing where society asked for law enforcement to be on campus. But what society didn't do was give them the proper tools. Same thing with mental health. We had a mental health issue. It got pushed off on law enforcement. And we all know the outcomes of that because we have years of hindsight now to look back and say how we got it wrong and what can we do to do better. But at their core, they're the same issue. Law enforcement has been tasked to do something that they're not properly trained on or equipped to do, but we expect the best outcome. But I like where everybody's at in this commission. I think we're eating to the conclusion of at least putting a better practice forward. And I think Keisha's right. It might be a change in uniform, because I think that application is needed, but I really do believe the functionality of it is wrong. And those are my remarks.
Ron, Gloria, you gotta put your hand in here. We got people that have been waiting to talk for a long time. I'm sorry.
Hey,
okay, I see you now.
Excuse me. Earlier I was told I was muffled. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. You know, I don't want to get on the soapbox or anything like that, but I heard a lot of things today in regards to law enforcement on campus. I mean, terrorizing our children, that's the purpose as to why we're on the campus. Ray, I appreciate you bringing some sensibility to some of these things that have been said about law enforcement. But I don't think that our intentions are to discourage law enforcement from being altruistic and volunteering their time to help out a student who may have an unmet need. I think that if we're able to identify that a student needs something, sometimes those situations happen because students confide certain things in law enforcement that they don't share at home. They may not say anything to certain people. And so we have to wear many, many hats. And in doing so, we may be privy to certain information that everybody's not privy to. And an officer should be expected to use his heart and be a human being, be compassionate. I mean, we're talking about community-based policing, you know, police integrating into the community and society and being more human. We're expected to do that, and to discourage that and expect that the only thing that we're supposed to do is hook them and book them. That's ridiculous. That's the only thing that we're supposed to do as law enforcement is take people to jail or enforce the law. There's many components and things that law enforcement is responsible for, just on the humanistic side. And to expect that we're able to step outside of being human and just be this robot that's desensitized, that's absolutely asinine. To expect that an officer can turn his back or pretend like they don't understand or hear anything and take some sort of action that's favorable for the community or for the student if he's on the campus. And to expect that law enforcement is the one that's driving the behavior of students on campuses, they're reacting to those behaviors. And I was one of those students that had a law enforcement officer on the campus. And thank God for him. I appreciated him being there. You know, but changing uniforms, putting them in a polo shirt, putting on khakis and maybe hard-soled shoes. Yeah, well, there goes the frightening component of seeing a law enforcement officer with the blue uniform on. I guess that's gone. But then when we move to that direction, there's some negative against that also. I mean, what exactly is it that you guys want? I'm a little confused, to be honest with you. You don't want police officers to be on campus? Well, if a student misbehaves or does something, the officer has to be dispatched. That goes through a process. And it takes time for that law enforcement officer to respond from where he's at and get to the campus to address the problem that's on the students on the campus with the students. So I think that maybe we should segue into a different direction, not entirely remove law enforcement. Maybe this should be thought out a little better because I have a 9-year-old. I wish there was a police officer on her campus, but there isn't. But I wish there was. In the event that there was some sort of a bad actor on the campus with a weapon, or even a student that brings a weapon to school. I think that there's some sort of an agenda to just eliminate law enforcement altogether, to be honest with you. But I'm done. I'm not going to say anything else. I just think that, you know, telling people that law enforcement is on campus to frighten students, to terrorize kids, I don't know where that came from. I've never seen it.
Real life experience.
I got
it
one
came
more
from real
thing
life
to say.
experience.
I got one more thing to say. You know what? I got cross area. I'm sorry, not cross area. I got loaned to Southwest Fresno a few months back, maybe a month and a half ago. And I hit all the hot spots, all the territories where gang violence is largely concentrated. I hit what they call the Old Man Park. I went to all of those places and I talked to people and I asked them, how does the police put, speak to them, or, how's the relationship over there, so forth and so on. And I heard a lot of things, but one common denominator that I got was about an officer by the name of Melody Hughes. She's a school resource officer, but because of the pandemic, she hasn't been on campus, but she's been on in the district, in the community. They absolutely loved her. And I'm gonna tell you that she's no slough. She doesn't have a problem doing her job. She will take you to jail if you need to go. But they love her, both students, youngsters, and adults. So she's doing a great job. But to remove the element of being compassionate and getting people's needs met where there's no services or no comprehension as to where to go or what to do, she's fulfilled a lot of that. And to throw rocks at her and say that she terrorizes students, along with the other school resource officers, it's not just her, but I'm just telling you, that's a real life experience that I had with the community in regards to one particular officer. And there's more like her. That's all I got to say.
To add some clarity to my comment, because it feels like it's directed at me, and I'm totally fine with that. I would really just like to say that in terms of PTSD and terrorizing students, What I meant was bringing up the fact that if students are going through their neighborhoods and they're experiencing PTSD through gang violence and poor exposure through police officers, then it is terrorizing for them to have to see that badge on their campus.
DeAngelique. Hold on.
Oh, that was my only comment. I'm good. That was it. I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Manning understood where I was coming from.
We can't all jump in like that.
I agree. And no one.
I as well agree. I agree.
I hear you. So thank you. We all have to be extremely respectful of each other.
Thank you.
So listen, we have a few more comments, and what I want to do is, I do understand that this is a highly charged topic, rightfully so. A number of our topics are highly charged, and it's been a long night. We're approaching 5 hours. I told you guys it'd be a long meeting. So what I'm going to ask is, if your point's been made, I don't think you need to remake it. So if you've spoken a few times, please allow some others that haven't had the opportunity to speak to maybe speak. And if you have a question for this particular committee, please ask it. If you have comments, keep your comments very short. All right, because we still have one other thing we have to do at the end of this night. I still have to have Sandra give you all your upcoming schedule. So I understand that we have to get this out, and it's appropriate to do that, but let's be mindful of the time, and let's be mindful that some of this is becoming slightly redundant. Randy Cooper.
Yes, I'd like to say, Judge Oliver mentioned earlier that this is really for all the committees as well as this committee, there is a $35 million hole in the budget. A lot of the suggestions and things we're making are going to cost money unless we come up and become, inventive and invent ways to get around that. But a lot of the things you want to do are going to cost money, and there's no money. I've been there before. I sat in that park director seat along with Jerry and Bruce, because the general fund is the police, fire, and parks. And parks always gets the short end of the stick. But a lot of these suggestions aren't going to take place when they're going to walk up to parks and say, okay, we need you to cut $4 million from your budget. How are you going to do it? And you got to get it done because there's no other alternative. So I think we need to become more creative. And if it means going back and looking at what Measure P meant, and the reason why others were against Measure P is because it didn't include police and fire, then maybe we need to look at it again and examine that if it could pass, and then the additional dollars wouldn't be allocated all to one group or other group, but shared evenly amongst everyone. So that's what I'm trying to say. Everybody has good suggestions, good ideas, but the reality is we're $35 million in the hole. There's going to be cuts to this budget, and a lot of the suggestions we're making tonight, they're going to be cut and cannot succeed because of the budget. And then it'll probably be 3 or 4 years before we get to the point where we could implement what we're doing unless we become creative. So that's all I had to say.
Well, and let me just respond to that, because I've heard that a couple of times, and I want everyone to be clear on the commission, particularly about the charge to the subcommittee. I didn't ask them to think about the budget, and I didn't ask them to think about 1 year. I've asked them to think something much bigger and broader that expands beyond the $35 million hole that we have right now and the $12 million hole we're going to have next year. I've asked this committee to think beyond that. And so I would ask everyone to, while you're commenting on what's realistic and not realistic for this committee, go back to they are doing what I asked them to do. I'm not asking them to worry about the money. I'm asking them to think bigger, think broader. And they're giving us some of that. It's not a finished product. It's not perfect, but they are doing what I'm asking them to do. I don't want them worried about the confines of the budget. I have a budget committee that does that. I need this development committee to think beyond that and to think innovative. So I've heard it mentioned a few times now, and I want to stick up for the committee that they're doing what I asked them to do. Gloria.
When Ray brought up the school shootings and that brought back flashbacks, we were getting kids that were copycatting the school shootings at the psych unit. Most of the kids were from out of town. And I found out later that most of the Fresno kids that did the copycatting were ending up in juvenile hall. And I kind of wondered, why is it that Clovis kids, Tulare County kids, Stanislaus kids who did a copycat threat end up in the psych unit, but our kids in Fresno end up at juvenile? So that's one question about SROs. The second is Fresno City College has their own police department. So does the Fresno State. If the school district wants their own police department, they should hire their own. As a taxpayer, I'm kind of upset that we're spending money at the schools, and just because the cop wants to work there or the cop signed the contract with them, that's not my problem as a taxpayer. So that's something we got to talk about. When you're talking about why do cops have to be in school, that the schools hire them, but not Fresno PD. Fresno PD should do Fresno police work. If
Thank
they
you, Gloria.
want social workers, go to social work school.
Thank you, Gloria. John.
Thank you. I feel compelled to speak at this moment only because I have not tried to, I've been trying to be respectful of the fact that 37 commissioners can give 37 opinions about every single thing from these 4 committees. But I am compelled to respond. I don't know how many of you have spent over 20 years working in high schools with sheriffs and police officers who are school resource officers. And when we talk about it takes a village to raise a child, they are part of our village. To not value the fact that they, in many cases, have been football coaches, soccer coaches with these kids that grow up and go to high school. I did 35 years of high school. That's what I know. And I can tell you that the police officers that I work with, because they chose to be that role model, they chose to go above and beyond. You've heard some examples. I could give you many, many examples. On the other hand, I do think it's appropriate for all of us to look at, we're talking about what exactly is the role, what is the goal, what is the mission. I can tell you as an administrator, they're terrorizing by fellow administrators that dealt with discipline. And that's why I wrote a piece about a counselor's approach to discipline. Without telling you what that is, you can imagine what my personal philosophy is about working with youth as an administrator, disciplinarian or principal, and working with our school resource officer, with our athletic, with our coaches, and making sure that we are all positive role models for our youth. We should all be counselors. We should all be sociologists. Yes, there's a role for a school psychologist. There's a role for a school counselor. There's a role for all of us. But we should all be a team working and talking about Johnny or Jose or Susan about what their issues are and getting to know the family. I could go on, but I won't. I just want to speak for, let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater. I understand there's a few that are not doing their job, not the ones I work with, and certainly not when I had a voice about who was assigned to my school. Thank you.
Okay, I have 3 more commenters. I have Sabrina, Mariah, and Sandra. I'm doing a hard stop at 9:45. So just so you guys know, Sabrina, you're up.
Yeah, I just want to say that, as I was not prepared to speak, so I was filling in for Aaron and was reading through from memory, and also, so I did not read verbatim, but just want to clarify that none of the recommendations were changed. This is uploaded on our shared file, along with a Excel spreadsheet that I created, and you'll see in that Excel spreadsheet, if you all want to take a look at that, the different themes from the conversations we had. And you also see the input from each committee member on ideas, thoughts, and themes that we should include in these recommendations. And this is a democratic process. Not every idea made it to this process because we decided as a committee that we would all individually and in groups write for each section. So everything is documented. If you want to go back and check through the community development file, you will see people's thoughts, ideas, and themes, because we still think it's important because we're not finished. But one thing I want to say about collaborative leadership is that you have to give room for ideation and creation. Nothing happens in the first round or the second round, but giving room to ideation means that we also expect the best of each other. And you know, this is work that we're doing outside of work hours, and we're all concerned about police violence. We're all concerned about police on school, or else we wouldn't be here. So, you know, in the vein of collaboration and partnership, if we can work on things without finger pointing or letting emotions run over till we feel, you know, that we're attacking or being, you know, argumentative, it is already a difficult
Rena,
process.
I need you to wrap it up.
I'm wrapped up.
Okay. Sandra?
Okay, I'm not going to repeat myself, but I just want to say that to all of the points that were made, I don't think anyone is saying that police officers shouldn't be, right, positive role models. In fact, that is what we're saying, right? And at the same time, though, I do want to reiterate that the data for all of these comments around having police officers on school campus to reduce police shootings doesn't actually support that point. The data that having police officers on campus makes schools safer doesn't actually support that point. And at some point, right, I think that it's also important, because we keep falling into this fallacy of how are we going to pay for things? That question is only asked when we're thinking about prevention and when we're thinking about community safety. Whenever police officers, right, when the police department goes before city council.
Quickly, Sandra, quickly.
Okay, the question is that 53% of the general fund goes to the police department. That is never questioned. Clearly, there isn't any metrics. I don't think there's a shortage of money. I think that the fact of the matter is that we're not spending it wisely. So I think that we all need to like really think about data and what the data actually shows and be driven by that.
Thank you. All right, Mariah, you'll be the final speaker on this topic.
Okay, I will try and say it quickly. I just want to remind everyone that we heard a really loud message from our community that called in today saying that they really do want radical transformation in how funds are used for the police department and how policing takes place in Fresno. And so when folks talk about, you know, I know Ron was saying that, you know, do you expect police to not respond kind of as a human in situations that need humanity, right? Deal with kids' problems when they come up. The response is, we want those kids to be surrounded with enough resources and love and support that is not related to the criminal justice system, so that the police don't need to be there to be the ones that respond. And yes, we do expect that officers that are law enforcement officers should stick to doing law enforcement. Yeah, we do expect that, because they're not trained for the rest of it. So it's not saying that police shouldn't be human. It's saying that we need to create enough support and investment in the lives of children and communities that the police the criminal justice system aspect is not nearly as present and not nearly as important as it currently is.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all for respecting the time. And we're approaching 5 hours in this meeting now. I did say it was going to be long. I probably did not quite anticipate this length of time. However, I do want to say that this was needed. And for all of you commissioners that have hung in for this discussion, I deeply, deeply appreciate it. This is tough stuff we're doing. And you all will remember, you know, my comments and thoughts from the very first meeting about how tough this is and how very few places in this country have gotten this right. And we're taking on one of the toughest topics of our time. So I appreciate all the passion and spirit that this discussion took. Really, I really am. I knew it would. Like I said, I prepared you all for the beginning of this. The work that you all as commissioners are putting in on this is tremendous. And I know that I see that Miguel is still here. And I think that we may have another member too from the executive committee. I think that they know and see the passion and work that we are all putting in on this effort. And the last thing I want to remind everyone is our work is not done. So people, please don't forget our work is not done. We are still in process of getting to a product. These were top line drafts, draft recommendations that I asked the subcommittees to come up with. None of this is final. We got a peek into the idea of the way our subcommittees are thinking, the way some of the work is going. We just got a peek, just a snapshot. The work is far from done. So I will ask you all that may feel frustrated, don't. We're far from done. And believe it or not, I'm very proud of the place that we're at right now. Notwithstanding the last conversation, I know it seemed like it was contentious, but I'm still proud of where they're at. We're going to fix some of the structural issues they have. I guarantee you that. But we are doing good work. And do not allow the time of this meeting or maybe the lateness of the hour and the frustrations that came up to discourage you from this work. We're doing good work and it's important. And don't forget that. Do not forget why we're here. All of you are here as representatives of this community that we love. Don't forget that. And we're not done. We're far from done. And I have faith that the product that we produce, we're going to be proud of. I guarantee you that we're going to be proud of. I wouldn't be here and I wouldn't have it any other way. So with that, thank you for your tireless effort tonight. There's one final thing that we need to get to. I need to allow Sandra to give you the proposed schedule that we have so that you guys understand the real time frame and where we're going and what our expectations are. Pay very close attention to Sandra. Obviously, we're going to send this out in the email, but we wanted to discuss this with you. Well, not discuss. I don't want to get in a whole lot of discussion. We're gonna give you guys some advice about where we're going to go. We'll send it out to you in a document, but we want you to know where the finish line is, and we want you to know how we're going to get there. All right, Sandra, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'll be really quick because I know we've been on here for a while. So thanks to the executive committee granting us that additional 30 days, that means that we will be done with our work, at least for this initial phase. October 26th is going to be our final full commission meeting. So that's important for everyone to put on your calendars, and also Gavin and Homer, so that we can make sure we get these dates out with as much time as possible for the community to register. So if we work backwards from October 26th, that will be the date that the commission needs to look at final recommendations, and we will be voting as a commission to adopt and forward those to the executive committee and city council. And so that means that we are also meeting in September. September 28th is also a full commission meeting. So that will be the meeting where we will look at your second draft and updated recommendations so that we can get to that finish line on October 26th. So a couple of things for next week. I think most subcommittees are meeting on Monday. I would highly encourage, for those of you who are only meeting one day out of the week, to schedule the presentation and the conversation with Cheryl and the folks over at the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform to make sure that that you get some technical assistance from them, and send those dates as soon as possible to Oliver and I, and CC Lillian, so we can make sure we get those on the calendar and we can help schedule those presentations with the National Institute folks. And so that means that you are going to be meeting on a weekly or more frequent basis. It's up to you all to decide in your subcommittees. One thing to note, September 7th, that week, that day is Labor Day. So we will leave that up to each subcommittee to decide whether you will meet on Labor Day. I know you all are very hardworking folks, or if you want to reschedule that week's meeting for one of the other days during that week. But essentially, we will not have another full commission meeting until September 28th. So that gives you 5 weeks to really meet and go through all of the details and the robust conversations that you all are having in your subcommittees. We will not meet again until October 26th. Once we come back on September 28th for the full commission and we go through that second iteration of your subcommittee recommendations, Oliver and I will be working with the consultants and to package everything together and get it ready so we can post it for that October 26th meeting. So it's really important that you take the next 5 weeks to really tease out your recommendations, ask for any additional assistance that you may need or information so that we can be fully prepared to post the final draft recommendations by October 23rd, which is that Friday, so that the public has enough time to review them in advance, and then we can engage in another robust conversation like today. So 2 dates that I want to make sure you write on your calendars: September 28th, October 26th. Those are full commission meetings, and we want to make sure we get those on the website as soon as possible. And then between now and then, work in your subcommittees to refine and expand on your recommendations. So with that, did I miss anything, Oliver?
Nope, you covered it all. Thank you.
Oliver, this is This is Risa. I just have a very, very quick question. Is there a format or a template in how you want these recommendations presented?
Yeah.
That might be helpful. So you guys think about that and you know, please,
Yeah.
I think.
No worries. I understand. I hear you. Got you. We'll Sandra and I will think about that and respond to that. You're the second or third person that's asked me that, so we'll work on that. Thank you. To close this meeting, normally I would say some closing remarks, but I'm not, because I actually forgot a very important voice in this discussion. And it was my own fault. A number of you were sending me texts and I was trying to keep up with everything, but Mark Salazar really wanted to offer some thoughts, and I apologize deeply for not getting you in. I didn't see your hand raised. I know you were very patient. You sent me a text, and I owe you some comments, Mark, and you will wrap up our meeting. Be final comments of the night. I apologize for that.
Thanks, Chairman. And I just had a question for, not a question for Aaron, but Aaron, as your committee starts going further, Keisha Thomas brought up the Fresno Pal Academy at Gaston, where we take 30, 40 kids, kids of color and that want to be cops in the future at Gaston. And we've done 2 groups, and the second group was cut because of the pandemic. And before that, we were also involved in the other community centers as well. But I'm hoping that Fresno Pal becomes a part of the conversation. Maybe Lieutenant Ramsey could do a presentation, because Fresno Pal, and I'm on the Fresno Pal board, so is Lieutenant Ramsey, we poured in about $250,000 into Southwest and Southeast Fresno in different programs. And this last public meeting for the commission, community leader Debbie Darden spoke up about Fresno Pal's activity in the community. So I'm just hoping that happens in those conversations. And then I heard a lot of things today. And so I usually don't get worked up too much, but I did get a little bit worked up. And that was us not mentoring. And so my question is, how do we hire the next generation of officers, a diverse work group, if we're only going to be pigeonholed into enforcement type duties or calls for service type duties? How do we engage? And so I know that there are many officers in this department, men and women, who love engaging with our community, and especially our youth. And we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to pick up kids for the sweet potato program and take them to the field. We'll continue to work with the West Fresno Boys and Girls Club and the East Side Fresno Boys and Girls Club. And we'll continue to be at the Hinton Center, promoting those programs and getting money so those programs and Joby Jones and others could run them. So I just leave with you with that. I'm not going to delegate that responsibility to a parks employee, because that's something that's personal to me and so many other officers in this department. And so Ron Manning, you hit it on a nail on the head when you spoke earlier. But and that's all, Chairman. I know we're tired and we want to go home. Thank you, Oliver.
No, listen, I apologize for not getting your voice in earlier. It was an important part of the conversation. And with that, thank you, Mark, for ending our meeting. Our meeting is adjourned.